5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And it's live.
Thanks for watching.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And it's live.
This is Leicester Till I Die TV. Watch and subscribe on YouTube and listen on your podcast platform.
Good evening. I'm sorry. It's cock up from Word Go today. How are you doing? Hello to Dave. Dave, mate, welcome along. Not seen you for a long time. How the devil are you? I hope you are well. And Kyle, hi Kyle, welcome along, sir. It's nice to see you as well. It's a good afternoon. It's not a good afternoon, if you like, because everything's going wrong this morning. I know. This afternoon. No, it's still morning. Just come off a radio show. I thought I'd have a quick 40 winks because I was up at 6 to prepare for the breakfast show on Dorset Riviera Radio. Check me out Saturday, Sunday, 7 till 10. So I'm up at 6. I thought I'll just have a quick doze between shows, between finishing that and starting this. As you can probably tell, I overslept. Yes. My alarm went off. Slept through it. Andreas, hello, how are you doing? So, welcome along to the first watch along of the new season. Yes, it's a little bit different today. But nice to have you along. We are having our pre-season. We are doing that, as it happens, at Seagrave, although having seen the pitch the other day for the women's international game, yeah, maybe they're better off at Seagrave. And only 500. I think Tom's just told me 500, but we'll see. But it's nice to have you along with us. If you are in the chat, please do comment, as it says down there. You can see all new this. It comes up. Look, I don't have to read them out. They're there. Brilliant, making my job even easier. Which, believe you me, I need. And if you are watching on catch up, stick your thoughts in the panel below. And if you are listening via your favourite podcast platform, thank you very much for lending me your ears. Let's see if we can get the wax out of them. Wayne is in. Hi, Wayne. How are you on? Welcome, Chris, and all you teenagers. Chris, have a different body click. Not sure. I'm not sure at all. Anyway, welcome along, one and all. It is the watch along. Shall we get on with it? Bring Tom in. Why not? He's waiting patiently. Let's do it. Good morning, Tom. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm not too bad, mate. You're right. It is morning, isn't it? Even though we're
Yeah.
right on the cusp of heading into the afternoon. And I got what Wayne meant, mate. It's because you're so sleepy after that nap. It went straight over your head, unfortunately.
I literally pressed something to line it up and it played it, pressed something, and I'm like, oh my God, what am I doing? What am I doing? And I'm still in shock. Look, everybody, I know, look hard. That is Tom. Yes, I know. He's got his head is upside down as we speak. Oh, hello, there's a man in the background.
Yeah, excuse me. This would be my father. He just desperately needs something. I did say he could pop in. Here we are. He's
Hello,
on camera.
Father. How are you
He's
doing?
right. He's on his way off. He's not one for camera, my dad, bless him. So there we are. So sorry about that, everyone, but he's all right.
No, I love it. Do you ever see that thing where it's always on the blooper show where the guy's on the doing a live thing on the BBC?
Yeah.
And his son comes in. He goes, "Fuck off, will you? I'm on the fucking live on the telly."
And there was that lady who had that interesting toy on her shelf, wasn't there, Chris? And I think that, the
yes.
controversial one, wasn't there? Yeah, I mean, like you were saying, mate, it's a bit of a thrown together situation for us today, like Leicester City's squad is at the moment, like the club is right now. We're just getting through it together, guys.
We are. Funny thing is, just to follow on from that, I don't know if you can see, back on the shelf there, I've got a little sign that says, "Let's get drunk and talk shite."
Yes, I did see that.
And I did a live thing on video with the BBC last season.
I remember it.
Yeah, and they had to message me back saying, "We're going to have to re-record it because we can't have that on show in the background."
That's probably come since that incident with that lady, hasn't it, ironically? Because that got on television, didn't it? And quite an early time of day, yes.
Yeah, I hadn't even thought about it. I know that we talk sport all the time. They don't say anything, but look, welcome along, everybody. Like I say, bear with us. This is just going to be like you said, thrown together. Still no news about a manager. I mean, can you believe we've got the first game of the season here?
Yeah,
and we've not even got anybody in charge.
Oh, Chris, honestly, the way the club was at the end of last season, I'm kind of not surprised. It seems to me like they've wanted to put a bit of a barrier between themselves and, what they really need to be doing. And it's once again, mate, the idea of, look, they don't seem to like a lot of speculation that's around the fan base. They don't seem to like a lot of the noise, as I call it. But they don't seem to offer anything to, actually calm that down and just to stop it a little bit, Even if you're not seemingly doing things, you can say you're doing things as a starting point, can't you? And explain what's going on. So the silence, the lack of kits, the lack of who's in charge, all these things, mate, are very, very bizarre to me now because it's dragged on a bit too long. It does make me wonder if they are considering a sale, but I have no information on this because it's the sort of thing you would do if you were maybe thinking of doing something along those lines.
Yeah. Wayne says there, great to see Tom back.
Here's Wayne.
That's a bit unfair, isn't it? I like to see the front of him. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Rising.
Face for radio. Sorry, Chris, carry on.
You and me both, mate. You and me both. Just ask David. Right, playing in our training kit is embarrassing. I mean, it is. This whole club is embarrassing. It really, really is.
I wouldn't be surprised if we turned up in last season's reduced pyjama set at the start of the season today, just to try and make use of it. I was really wondering if that might be the case, Chris.
Well, they've reduced the reduced price, so let's not. Let's be all right. We can get them really cheap now. I mean, it's just becoming we have gone from the club that everybody wanted to be like to the total fucking Muppet show of the whole four divisions. I don't think there is any club in the four divisions that is worse run at the moment than us. And all right, there's excuses, about King Power, etc., etc. But we need a manager. We've had 8 weeks before we decided that we wanted to get rid of Ruud van Nistelrooy, though I'm pretty sure the decision had already been made. Well, what the fuck were they doing for those 8 weeks? Fingering their arseholes? Because they could have spent that 8 weeks sorting something out. There are managers out there that haven't got jobs. Now, they may not be the ones that we want. if you say our number one target, which all the fans want, is at a certain Sheffield Wednesday, and do check it out if you didn't see him. There's a show on YouTube on my channel, Roll With It, and we had a Sheffield Wednesday fan on, and Lot, and he spoke very highly, obviously, of Danny Roll, but he's negotiated a reduced payout of $1 million. Should not bartering over that. Let's just pay it. I mean. And I know, right, Top maybe, he's had his problems in Thailand with King Power, but what's Susan Wheelerman doing?
Well, exactly, yeah.
She's posting for pictures on her OnlyFans account again.
Oh, my word, I'm not sure I'll be signing up to that one, bless her. But anyway.
All I ever see her do is sort of posing for pictures.
Yeah, it's a lot of propaganda, isn't it, and stuff like that. It's difficult, Chris, because we did say at the end of last season, didn't we? The only advantage of how bad this season has been is it gives you a head start on the next one if you're organised. And but the thing that gets me is there seems to be a lack of interest in getting the club sorted out. Almost that's the way it comes across with the silence and all the rest of it. And I'm a bit concerned about this role situation because we've heard these things from Sheffield Wednesday's fans. The show the other night was superb with that, and he was saying obviously there was one or two coaches there he didn't want at Sheffield Wednesday, and that become a bit of a sticking point as well. It does make me wonder if for Danny Roll, perhaps we're like on a Tinder sort of situation where he's swiping right on a lot of options. But we've got people like Andy King here we want to keep around. Does he want to work with people like Andy King? And is that going to be a sticking point when it comes to his appointment? And perhaps that's why it's dragging a bit?
Yes.
Maybe.
But, look, I think a manager can come in and say, look, Danny Roll, and I did a thing yesterday for the back pages last night for the news, and one of the things that I asked the Sheffield Wednesday guy was that everybody was saying, like, oh, you've got to get, he's got to bring Chris Powell with him, but they don't get on.
Yeah.
So he's unlikely to now. So, he's got an assistant manager there, but do you remember when we signed Claudio?
Yeah.
He brought his own assistant manager and his own team in. Get that, makes sense. But he also kept Craig Shakespeare.
He did, that is true.
So, let's say Danny Roll or whoever comes in and goes, I want my number two. Well, that's fine. But you also keep as another number two, if you like, Andy King. Yeah. And then if they're thinking like, well, you know what I can do? Danny Roll come in and said, no, I could play James Justin on the right.
Well, maybe the new manager might consider it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you've then got Andy King going, mate, I wouldn't do that. He was shit at that side last season. But he wouldn't know, but Andy King would. And I think that was the thing with Craig Shakespeare.
Yeah.
He probably reined in some of, Claudio's worst ideas, if you like.
Well, I think the problem as well is you think about the Rude appointment and the Steve Cooper appointment. There were other coaches that came in and cost a lot of money to fire and move on afterwards as well. And I imagine the club has looked at those expenditures and gone, they're way too high. So if we can do this without having to, put that amount of finance into it, but then it's holding the process up because you've got to look at it as if you're getting a strong manager, Chris, and Roll comes across as a strong manager, he's going to really want his own team around him. And also you could argue under Ruud van Nistelrooy, we only gave him it after he kicked off a bit about not having it. So if he started off on that foot, would he have had a better start? I probably don't think so, but he's gotten out there to say, well, you didn't give me all the coaches. You promised me this money in January and we didn't get it either. So that worries me about the club. And maybe that's why Danny Roll's looking at it a little bit cautiously, because of course he's in a similar situation at Sheffield Wednesday now. So why would you move from one to the other? I know we're not in as bad of a position as Sheffield Wednesday, and good luck to them. I hope they can actually turn up and play the first game of the season. But, with that being said, I mean, that would put me off if I was a manager. I think that is something which I would look at. And I think it's something the club is not very good at sort of organising right now, and they need to get their heads straight. And with Andy King, I mean, Andy King's compromised, but you go back to the youth academy, surely he's done great work down there, and he's running his own show.
Yeah, and I tell you what I don't think Andy King, apparently, he hasn't got all his badges, so he couldn't manage us in the Premier League. He could manage us, allegedly, somebody said in a show, so I don't know how true this is.
It was me.
That he's got the certificates to manage at the championship level.
He's got A and B, the super license is what you need.
What I would love is the fact that this manager comes in And then maybe, and I've got to say hi to Doug, who just comes in at the right moment, the Liverpool fan. I hope you're well. It's become like Liverpool in the in the 60s and 70s, that you had a procession of managers. I mean, look at Gareth Southgate. Hate him or love him, he was our most successful manager, apart from Sir Alf Ramsey.
Stable period.
He came, he moved up. Thomas Tuchel, well, we don't know, but we'd never lost to an African side before him. But what's it called? One of the managers left, and then Bob Paisley took over. Bill Shankly, left. Bill Paisley took over. Bill Paisley left. Joe Fagan took over. There's that boot room of things coming through. I love Andy King to be in that sort of position.
I don't think it's such a bad shout. And honestly, mate, the club's in such a mess right now. I think today is a great audition for Andy King, because if the money is really that bad, and let's be real, there's things going on at King Power across in Thailand, which, we hope won't affect the football club too much, but it's going to have a knock-on effect. Perhaps we won't be able to secure any loans if we need them, for example, because of the credit state over there, whereas before we get loans with our Premier League status and also, all the rest of it. So I think with that in mind, sometimes in life, you end up in a situation where your hand is forced, and it happened at Swansea last year with Alan Sheehan, and obviously he's the next Leicester left back as well, and he did a pretty good job by all accounts as well. And also, Chris, do you know what? There's something in the back of my mind in a romantic kind of way, in a bit of a daft way, that goes, can you think, and can the chat as well think, actually right now, has there ever been a player who's been a legend at a football club and then come back and manage and become a managerial legend in the same football club? I can't think of many. I think you kind of either have one or the other. I mean, Alan Shearer tried at Newcastle, didn't he? But he couldn't manage them and they got relegated.
Yeah, I mean, he hadn't done all his licenses. He was sort of a last-minute gamble, wasn't he, to try and keep them up. There's somebody in my mind, but I can't.
Yeah, that's a good question for the chat, I think, as well. If you can think of anyone who's played for a club, been seen as a legend for that club, and then come back to be the manager of that club and done a great job as a manager, let us know, because I think with Andy King, like Andreas has nicely said there as well, I think the players like him, and he seems to be focusing on the basics of fitness and all the rest of it. And so I think today's an audition, Chris. I actually wonder if it's an audition, because otherwise, why wouldn't we have a manager now?
I don't think he's got the experience to be the manager now. You can take the gamble. And you can say, right, because I've said to you with the Sean Dyche, Danny Roll option, Sean Dyche is the experienced guy. He's been around, he's seen it, done it, got a load of T-shirts.
Dalglish at Liverpool, well done, Andreas. Sorry, carry on, Chris.
And, you've got Danny Roll, who's only been a manager for sort of 18 months. However, he's inexperienced, if you like, but at least he's got some experience, and he's also had a lot more experience behind the scenes. And Andy King hasn't had that either. You're literally putting him in a role straight away where, even if you're getting a younger manager like Danny Roll, he's had he's been a tactical man, in charge of tactical. All right, so he's done all that. Lampard at Chelsea, yeah, all right.
Not sure his managerial career at Chelsea was that good, but yeah.
Yeah, Zidane, now there's a good shout.
Dalglish is a very good one.
Yeah, Sherwood, no, Wayne, I don't think he was.
We ruined his career, didn't we, with that Aston Villa defeat? He never recovered from that when he was teaming up and lost 3-2. He never recovered.
Right, I know before we came in, and let's do this, it's up there, the Matchday squad. They are starting with a first half 11, and they will be obviously making substitutes. Well, they'll probably be changing the whole team at half time, which, okay, fair enough, I'm hoping that this isn't just a fitness exercise, because, people say that about pre-season friendlies, but for fuck's sake, that's what you should be doing at the training ground, is getting fit.
Well, it's true, Chris. Well, last season we looked quite lethargic, didn't we? And there was one or two question marks over the fitness. So it's interesting how all we've seen all week in the media that's gone on the social media channels and the videos of the training is him saying fitness, fitness, fitness. So unfortunately, I think today will be fitness. He's already said it's not about results today. Yeah.
Uncle Clibbo is in. Hiya, Clibbo. How are you doing? He loves that. I just want to say, Uncle Clibbo, think like, do you want a sweetie little girl? But he says there, hello, I'm Uncle Clibbo. Carl, how you doing, mate? That's his name, but he likes Uncle Clibbo apparently. Lennon at Celtic. You've actually been shot down here with all these answers.
Chris, it wasn't to get shot down. It was actually to ask a question because I was trying to think about it, and I was like, I bet people in the chat will probably know. You know,
I couldn't think of anybody. I've got to say to you straight away. But look, this match day squad, and Clibbo, by the way, will be joining us post match with his nephew Reese, or Blockhead, as a lot of people know him. So you were looking at players that weren't included.
Yes.
Of course, we'll look at the first team at the starting lineup afterwards, but for this, it says here, and they've said this on the website, on the web, the LCFC.com. City will field 2 different 11s for each half of the match in Seagrave as preparations continue. But before I say we get into the first half, because there's more than 11 players on the substitutes bench, take us through who's missing.
Yeah, I went through last season's squad list, right, including players out on loan, and I've got 13 players that are missing from this equation, which I thought, as I said last night, this would be the most interesting thing about today, who's not included. Yeah. Because that is a good indication of what might be happening next. So, understandably, and we expected this, Hermansen isn't included, goalkeeping-wise. Moving on to defence, we're missing Faes, Vestergaard, Suter, who is injured, so that's probably why he's still injured. Yeah. Koulibaly, who obviously we bought in January, which is a very good look. Midfield, Ndidi. Hamza's not involved. Hamza Chowdhury, who obviously was in the training ground. We saw him this week in the videos. El Kanous. Fatawu, who's obviously recovering and coming back. He's obviously not fit yet. Decordova-Reid. Surprising one, Casey McAteer, unless he's got an extended period or something's gone there, but no Casey McAteer. And then going up front, I'm looking at, obviously Edouard's gone, but we got Daka and Ayew missing, which is quite interesting. So striking-wise, we look particularly lacking, Chris, don't we?
Well, yes. I've just written down the main ones there. I mean, no Faes, thank fucking God for that, you know.
I saw an episode of The Simpsons last night with Sideshow Bob, and I completely remembered we had him at the football club. Yeah. Until then, I forgot he existed.
And he did show, and I can't remember what it was. And we had a Rangers fan come in, and he went, "Oh, do you know, is Cody coming to Rangers?" And I went, "I fucking hope so, mate." He really did.
The problem is he's on whacking wages, isn't he? I mean, how Rangers are going to afford those wages, my word.
Yes. Well, that's what they're negotiating. But, so a few people that I want to kind of talk through here. I know I want to start with McAteer, because he's the one that springs to mind, because he did play, he was playing for Northern Ireland, wasn't he?
So that would make sense. Yeah.
Or is it Northern Ireland or Southern Ireland?
That's a good question, man. I'm pretty sure it's Southern Ireland, isn't it?
I think it is Southern Ireland. And he scored a goal, didn't he? So, and look, Wayne will be as happy as Larry with this squad today. But I've jokingly said I would love a transfer embargo, because we'll have to play the youngsters like Lampard did at Chelsea. So I'm quite pleased that because it's the big names that have been left out. But McAteer, I just wonder whether he has been given longer.
I think that's right. And Planet Earth's just popped it in the chat there, and that's a very good point. I think some or a lot of these players are on international duty. It is quite coincidental, some of the names being mentioned, because they're names that we would perhaps associate with leaving the football club. But then there are still people there like Christensen and Sumare. So,
unfortunately, but I think that could be it. Hermansen, look, again, international duty.
Yeah.
I've got to say with this one, because it looks obviously like I don't know if we've got a young goalkeeper in the lineup.
We've got two there, yeah. But Bassor is meant to be quite good, isn't he?
Yeah. So again, we're going to see him, but again, I think Hermansen could be leaving if we need to. If we're told under a business plan we have to make money, he is one of the ones that will, be sold. As indeed, I think El Kanous, who I think would obviously rip this apart. I think Hermansen and El Kanous are probably also international duty. Unfortunately, guys, I think it's the same with Dhaka as well
Yeah.
for Nigeria.
I imagine Ayu's probably the same. Does he still play?
With Ghana, yeah. I mean, like I said before, I would be very happy for Ayew to be our starting striker, because I think if you get the ball up to him, he can hold it for the likes of, if El Kanousi is still here, Fatawu, Mavadidi, whatever, to run onto it. Koulibaly is an interesting one. I don't know whether he was I doubt he was in the squad because he's never played.
He might, yeah. I don't know. He might be on international duty as well. This is where I was rushing last minute, and I should have cross-referenced this a bit more to give us a more firm answer. But we know with Koulibaly, obviously, he wasn't very happy with what's been going on, with his lack of involvement, because he posted quite publicly about it. Maybe there's an element of the club's just going, well, if you're not, if that's the way it is, then we're not going to include you going forward. But then it was a daft decision to sign him if that was especially when we're facing PSR challenges. Do we really need to spend that extra £2 million, or could we have sacked Ruud a week earlier? Or whatever. I mean, there's other ways around it. I think the interesting thing about when you're talking about the departures, Chris, quickly as well, and we look at Hermansen and perhaps El Kanous, the challenge is we're not really bringing anyone in right now. So I'd much prefer if we could say sell players that we, for money, that we have got options in, to replace them in club. So, for example, Christensen would be a good choice because we can play Thomas at left back. I think the biggest problem is going to be when El Kanous goes. Because I think in attacking midfield, I can't think of many that can just walk into that and play. And if you look at those midfielders there, perhaps Alves can play in it, but he's more of a left-sided player, isn't he? So I think that's going to be hard to fix, especially if we go for a 4-2-3-1 like we seem to be doing for the last few years.
I mean, for me, we can't choose who we sell. The problem is because we've got to wait for who knows. It's a case of what teams want those players. That's the thing, isn't it? We could say we want Dakova Reed to be sold, but who's going to take him on? As Al says there. Yeah, Koulibaly, I feel really, really, really sorry for. And look, me and Planet Earth were agreeing on something. That's a first. Make a note of the time of the day.
I don't disagree with that. I think McAteer is probably the best option, but it's not his natural position.
For me, I know, but again, new manager, new ideas. Again, my thought is to have Ayew as the striker. You've got on one side you're going to have Mavadidi, on the other side McAteer, and then Fatawu in the centre behind the main striker, but with a free role.
Can do, yeah. It's going to be interesting, isn't it, how it unfolds? Because I could also argue perhaps Mavadidi will end up front at this rate, because he used to be a striker when he was younger.
Yeah, this is the thing, but you've got those. Do you know what I mean? I think if you've got that creative player and you say to them, look, just go out and cause shit in their defence, and you can imagine if you've got Fatawu, you're going to have two players on him, and if he suddenly switches sides, it's like, what the fuck's going on? That was my idea with that.
You think like Enzo Maresca, mate, because Enzo did that with people like Hamza and stuff, didn't he? He put them at right back and, converted them. So, yeah, interesting.
Let's just have a look. So, just seeing what the Mercury have said here. Monga, indeed, Monga as well. Over 40 years since Leicester were last in action. It says here, this is what it says here on the Leicester City Live. Over 40 years since Leicester City were last in action at Bournemouth. I think they possibly mean 40 days, but bloody hell.
I think you're probably right, mate. Sometimes I struggle to put two sentences together, but to type them, I'm normally a bit better than that, yeah.
Yes, yeah. Members of the City squad have been back at Seagrave this week ahead of the season, including Pierre Monga, Mavadidi and others. Here we go. El Kanous, Wilfred Ndidi and Casey McAteer were among the second wave of players to arrive after being granted a longer break due to international commitments.
Okay, so there we go.
There you go. Let's share live. We're just late in putting the details up.
But it does make it interesting, Chris, doesn't it? Because of all the youngsters we're seeing as well. Because like you briefly mentioned before we accidentally skip over it, perhaps the youngsters being involved today is actually what a lot of us have been calling out for even during last season. To see more of them today is going to be actually, I think, quite exciting for us. I think that's why there'll be quite a few people looking at this preseason friendly, despite the chaos, because we're going to get to see some players we won't normally get to see. For example, I really want to see what Braybrook's like, because I think we need a KDH, and I think he's the best option.
100%, because well, I said it earlier, didn't I? I'd be quite happy with the transfer embargo, so we have to play the youngsters, and like you say, he's actually saying here, Andy King takes charge of today's pre-season friendly alongside Leon McSweeney and Andrew Hughes. Let me just read this, because it says Andy King takes charge of today's pre-season friendly and has provided an insight into the first week of training and what to expect at Seagrave. So this is what Andy King has said. It's been great. I've had great backing from the staff who've been here, and the lads have been brilliant. We spoke really clearly on day one about how some of the levels, probably across the board, weren't acceptable for us to be dealing with again. The sort of things we didn't see previously, which we want to really emphasise this pre-season. So, his word of the day I saw one day was honesty. So maybe he's being clear on, look, some performances were shite. Hopefully when the new manager comes in, we're in a good place to hand them over physically. They're ready to go, and whoever that is can put their own mark on how they want their team to play, rather than us spending time working tactically and ignoring the physical. That may change when the new manager comes in. So from my point of view, we're trying to get them into a good place physically, working them hard mentally, and knowing the standards that we're going to set this season. We've had a hard week, but a really good one. My God, that sounds so mature. He's coming out. Basically what he's saying is, I don't know who the new manager's going to be. Why would I spend weeks tactically with these guys, working on a formation that the new manager isn't necessarily going to play? It's like if you'd taken over after Enzo, he may have been playing the 4-2-3-1 or the 5, whatever, and then Steve Cooper comes in and changes it all round. That was a lot quicker, but like when it happened. But that's what he's saying, and that is a very mature and experienced way of looking at it.
I wonder where he got that from. Would it be his work with Nigel Pearson by any chance?
Well, hang on, guys. It is 32 minutes and 23 seconds until the Pearson bomb is dropped.
I did very well there to get 32 minutes. I really do. Because me, Chris, I've advocated perhaps he's an option in a similar way to Moyes at Everton, because the club's in such a mess. We need an emotional lift, perhaps.
Yes, yeah. I don't know whether I have him back as a manager, and I don't think he's physically fit enough to do that. I would have him back as a director of football, 110 million %.
100%. But Kingy being in the same vein actually excites me. So I really today, Chris, want to map this out as like, this is an audition for him, I think. I really do. The chances are they're still going to look elsewhere. But if I was him, I want to show them today that this team's actually working harder than they were last year. Yes.
Be interesting to see what actual formation he's going to go for. I'm looking there. So he's got, it looks like 4 at the back. Yeah. I think he's gone 4-2-3-1, to be honest with you, because you've got. Well, let us bring the actual first half squad up, as if by magic. There we go. So you've got you've got Salarchik in goal. It's good to see Ricardo back. Let's hope he can stay fit. Coley, yes, please. Nelson, fucking brilliant, and Thomas. So that's your back 4, and I've got to say, fair play to Thomas. As Brad would say, Redemption United.
I'll be happy with that back 4 the start of the season, to be honest, as long as Ricardo was fit.
Winks is back, so obviously now that Rude's gone. And what I didn't like that, whether you agree with Winks or not, sometimes, give him a 1 match. Say you're not in the squad for the next match. But for the greater good of the team, don't drop him, all the time. But you got Winks and Skip together, which I've been crying out for. I think this is certainly it's Winks' level. We saw that because he was better last time we were here than in the Premier League last season, and I think it might be with Skip as well. So fair play to him for putting those two together. They know each other, and the odd time I did see them together last season, I thought it looked all right. Marchell is back, so nice to see him. Interestingly, Golding. Now I got asked. I got sent a message. Not on a show, just a private message from a Liverpool. From a Chelsea fan saying, "What do you think of Michael Golding?" And I actually said to him, I said, "I've got to be honest with you. I can't tell you."
Me neither.
You know, I said,
seen enough.
"No," I said, "we haven't seen." I said, in all honesty, it was probably a PSR deal. I said, and he said, "Oh, he was a good player, and youngster." And I went, "Yeah, we've heard this. It's just we had dickheads as manager."
It's interesting how he's attacking midfield looking at this lineup as well, because I'm pretty sure he started off as a box-to-box. But obviously at this age, people move around, so, they're still developing. But it's interesting to see he's the attacking mid option at the first time.
Yeah. Let's just have a look here and just see. Because, that's the three there, Marchell, Golding and Mavididi.
Yeah.
And I think as well, with Mavididi, he was better at this level than in the Premier League.
Yes, I think that's very true, yeah.
But again, they weren't given, runs, were they? And that's the thing. And, you can't expect players like with Iheanacho when we first brought in, 10, 15 minutes here and there, one match, and then you dropped. Akoli scores a goal and he's dropped. What the fuck?
Well, last season, Chris, as well, we were playing such negative football. We were so scared at times to actually take a chance, because we'd been punished so many times that you end up playing backwards at times and being far too negative. So, I think the interesting thing today is to try and break out of that cycle, because we saw it last year with Luton. I don't think we're going to be as bad as Luton, don't get me wrong. But when you're in a habit of losing, you've got to get back in a habit of winning very quickly when you go down a division. Otherwise, it can be a hangover that sticks with you for a long time.
You were saying about Michael Golding being a box-to-box. Interestingly, his main position is as a central midfield.
Yeah.
His other positions, defensive midfield and attacking midfield.
Yeah, so we kind of do all of it.
He's actually, like you say, box-to-box, and I'm really looking forward to seeing him. Armchair says Andy King's dropped to 5-1 from 25-1. I hope not. Let me just clarify that.
I'll say this, Chris. Andy King could persuade me. He really could persuade me, because I think the club's in such a mess right now. I'm looking for hope. And I think Andy King is the only little bit of hope we've had recently. And it's been completely inadvertent. He's ended up in this position. But today he could convince me. I will say that on the record.
So a squad where we're playing two different teams, first half and second half, against the Peterborough side that are in a division below us.
They've lost a lot of players as well.
In a pre-season friendly, if we win that, you would convince you to give him the manager's job?
No, not just that, but it would definitely help his case, and I don't think anyone would disagree with that, including yourself. Say, for example, today we went out there...
I wouldn't have Andy King as manager this at the moment under any circumstance.
Okay, Chris, let me give you a scenario. So what if today we actually can create some free scoring chances? We put 6 or 7 in the back of the net, and we actually we don't normally do this in pre-season against anyone, but what if the work rate's there? What if the desire's there? What if we're actually looking a bit more sharper? All these things we have lacked, and wherever it comes from, it just needs to come from somewhere. That's my reality of the situation. So, and mate, I'm looking at it this way. We're in such a mess. He's got an opportunity to sell himself. Why not?
Yes, but I think we would be buying the wrong player if he sold himself. Buying the wrong manager. I'm sorry. It's all down to... I'm not saying you're wrong. No, I'm just saying for me.
Of course you are. The fact that a lot of people in the chat won't agree with me, I'm sure. But I'm so fed up with the football club right now in the way that nothing's happening. I'm looking for someone to step up and be a hero.
Yeah, no, I do totally get that. Who was it who said, whoever said he's gone into 5-1, which company's that with? Because on the Talk Sport betting, we've not got, he's not in there at all.
Armchair said then, Armchair's right. If you compare how Ruud van Nistelrooy talked the entirety of the end of last season and a couple of times we had Andy King talk, Andy King spoke a lot better in those 2 times than the entirety of Ruud van Nistelrooy's tenure here.
Yeah. Pete, can I just say, disagree with us by all means, but if you put comments like that again, I'll just boot you out. And you won't be back in for the show.
I didn't actually really say that. I said it was an opportunity to perhaps convince me of it, not that it would be the be all and end all. But that's probably my fault as well. But no.
Well, no. There's no need to put that language. You disagree with somebody, Peter, and if you apologise, I'm sure Tom will accept that. But you don't come in and say things like that. Sorry, whatever. Just be polite and put your point across. I could turn around and say to you, "What a fucking idiot that Peter Shreve is if that's what he believes. He's a right wanker."
Yeah,
but I wouldn't. It's about opinions, and just remember. Cheers, thank you, Peter.
It's not a problem, mate. It's not. But honestly, I don't actually. I appreciate Chris defending me here. But, obviously, when you're on this sort of platform, you're going to say things that people aren't going to agree with. There's people.
And that's it. We don't want. We don't want 300 people.
We're a forum. I'm happy. We're happy to have it politely, put across. That's the point. We're a forum. We're a community, and we're all together. Let's please do that. I agree, but in a polite way.
Yeah. But as I say, all I would say is please do. Just like I say, keep it polite. He's apologised anyway, so let's move on. And I forgot what the point was. Oh yes, Andy King. And there's actually Mark Albrighton just being interviewed at the moment. I just think that it is too soon for him. What I don't want him to do is he goes in and it's going to be a tough season.
Yep.
And I don't want it to ruin him.
Agreed. No, I do agree with that, and I can understand.
Don't get me wrong. Like I say, I can see what you're saying, and there would be worse options. Gary O'Neill, for example.
See, that's what worries me, mate, because we were taking so long about this. In a minute, I wonder if we're going to be left with Gary O'Neill as the only option.
Well, I think we've got Chris Wilder as well, haven't we? And,
oh, no, please, no.
I know. So let me say, he's not the worst option out there, but I think his time is to come. And the question is, I then say, would I like to see him eventually become Leicester City manager? Yes.
Of course.
But I want to see him. I think his role at the moment, he did spend time, but not a lot of time.
It's interesting, Chris, though, isn't it? Because I'm not being entirely slammed by my thought process here, but I get the problem is right now, let's be real, guys. Can anyone shout out an ideal candidate apart from Terzic, who I agree with you, Chris? It would be the ideal candidate. But I very much doubt he's going to be interested in coming to Leicester City, I'm afraid.
Well, stranger things have happened. What would we have said if we knew about Enzo in advance?
Well, to be fair, maybe you're right there, Chris. To be fair, yeah.
Look, whoever we get is not going to please everybody, and I see where you're coming from. But I think as that number two, as a joint number two, if necessary, and I would love whoever gets the job to bring their own number two in, because we've sorry, it's just come up then on the screen. 405 minutes. Hey. You're in two places at once. Filbert Fox has just come on.
Do you know what I was going to say, mate? There's 499 people there today in that stand. I wonder if the 500 one's going to be Filbert Fox. Or they need to call me up. I should do it. I should definitely do it. I've got experience of mascotting.
If anybody wants a stand-in for Filbert Fox at the club, this is your guy. He's got experience. In fact, if we get a sponsorship deal with Starbucks, this is the man for you. It really is. And I'm still waiting for the picture.
Oh, yeah, I said that to you up at half time. We'll cover my face with it.
Look, it's all those things. And I would love him to become a number two, just learn for that little bit longer. And then, but let's be honest with you. On the other hand, he could be given the job and be the best math manager we've had for years.
Absolutely.
So, like I say, I can totally see you. I can see where you're coming from, 100%.
Yeah, and the passion element as well, like Armchair said. Yes. I think that's been difficult for Leicester fans, hasn't it, Chris? Because we're very passionate about our club. We've had some great years, but it seems to me like the passion is waning and it's frustrating now, and that is disappointing. I think it's all part of it, irrelevant of how good the tactics are on the pitch. Just having that positivity again in the football club, I think, would be a massive boost at a time where we've not had it. Really?
Yeah. Yes.
Anyway.
Planet Earth, my mate was the first ever Filbert the Fox.
Oh, wonderful.
What are you saying? Filbert the Fox is a real Fox, don't be, children, cover your ears.
We have Vicky Vixen in this chat sometimes, don't we? I'm
Yeah,
not sure if it's the same one, but yeah.
Planet Earth. You'll be telling us next that the Tooth Fairy and Father
What did
Christmas.
Brian Clough say? What did Brian Clough say? I like to believe in fairies. I completely agree with that, mate. I think the world's a more beautiful place if you've got a little bit of that in you,
Yeah,
It really
exactly.
is,
A little bit of dust sprinkled over pixie dust,
Yeah.
Well, we get a lot of Enzo dust, don't we? But look, yeah, so I can see totally where you're coming from. So this is going, what he's doing here, I can see as well. He's stuck at 4-2-3-1, and it's just come up on the show as well. It's come up as a 4-2-3-1. So he's sticking with what the players know, which is good. So he's not going. Sorry, I'm watching the thing on YouTube, but it's coming up at the bottom because obviously I can't have the sound on with text, and so when it's saying like the second 45, it's coming up as 245.
You'd be terrible at subtitle films, wouldn't you, Chris? You'd be too distracted watching the images and the words.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I hate subtitle. I don't know what it was I watched once, and they said like, "Oh, subtitles better." I went, I can't watch the subtitles,
There's a question in the chat. Did you watch Squid Game in English or Korean? I prefer the Korean, but anyway, there you go.
I watched that was the one because I watched it with English subtitles, and everybody said it was better in Korean.
It is.
But I couldn't. Anyway, so look, I'm pleased. I mean, if that was the starting lineup for the first game, I wouldn't be unimpressed. I mean, look, Evans. This again, we said before about Andy King making his mark. This is a perfect opportunity for Evans to make his mark.
Absolutely, mate. I mean, if I was those, I think if you look at the Monga situation, how Monga ended up re-signing when we were debating if he would or not, I wonder if a lot of it is because they are being given, the information that you will get opportunities here to play in the first team. If he went to Manchester City, say, the best case scenario, he might end up, on the bench in the FA Cup game, and he might end up being sold like in the same way Sancho was, for example, and go somewhere else. But the opportunity is here for the players, and I do think for Leicester, bearing in mind we've invested all this money in the training facility and all this, we've got to make sure this is a very important part of our process as a football club now. We've got to be bringing you through as part of, the football finance regulations to produce your own players and sell them for a profit. And we've actually had some good players come through in the club in recent years. When you think back to Barnes and KDH and all the rest of it. So I think it's a good selling point for our football club. And there's certain things, Chris, we're not going to be able to sell ourselves against Manchester United on. But I think we can sell ourselves as Leicester City because of things like this. So it's very important.
Yes. And look, like you say, it's like plant, and I've said this a few times, you plant a tree, an apple tree, you don't get apples necessarily straight away. It takes, a few years for it to, grow and blossom and all that. And that's what's happened. We are now seeing the fruits of Seagrave. And like I say, I don't think we'll go up. So I think if we have 2 seasons down, like with Leeds, I think that will do the youngsters good. It was interesting. I had Dan on, who is the Burnley fan, Turf War House TV, and he did a prediction show for where the teams are going to finish because he had these. He knew the Championship and what have you. And I'm not going to say I'm going to use his for when we all do the one, but I might just do. Might copy him and say it was mine.
Copy his own work.
Yeah, exactly. But he had Leicester finishing in fifth in the playoffs, and I did say to him, I said, you know what? We haven't had a day out at Wembley, in the playoffs for a while. It used to be our second home.
Mate. I can't take 2 lots of sporting playoffs every year. I'll be utterly on my arse, honestly, with the other lot I watch. So I'd much prefer to do it automatically if we can. The funny thing is, Chris, and that's the variability of it, we could go anywhere this season. I think the only thing that sadly is given is Sheffield Wednesday probably have a very difficult year this year. That's the only thing I can really think of that's probably set in stone unless something dramatically shifts there. The rest of the league, I don't really know, to be honest. It's going to be very interesting, very competitive.
Yes. Right. I have lost a load of stuff here.
I got a quick bit about Peterborough while you're doing that, mate. If you want, 'cause
Yeah,
obviously
you please do. Because I mean,
I did a little bit of looking into them. You know, just to get, let's say, I mean, Peterborough, looking at where they are, they've lost a lot of their top players this summer. I mean, Poku's gone, Jay Jones has gone, Kiprianu's gone, Fernandez has gone, Eden's gone. They've lost a lot of the core of their team that they've had probably for 1 or 2 years now and been quite good players. But they have brought in a couple of interesting players. Sam Hughes used to be a Leicester Academy player, I believe, and went up at Burton, and I'm pretty sure that's our Sam Hughes. A chap called Declan Frith as well from FC Tine, who I know from Football Manager. I'm sure there's a full Football Manager players around. He was a young academy player at one of the Premier League clubs and has gone off to Switzerland and come back. He's got a lot of potential, so I'm intrigued to see what he produces today. But you'd argue Peterborough are a lot weaker than last year. So, you know, while it is a day of fitness, we shouldn't really be having any problems in reality, with all due respect to them.
No, you should. And let's be honest with you, you cannot. Well, you know, very rare that you can't really rely too much on pre-season, can you?
No, you can't. I mean, and like I said, the narrative coming out from Kingy is about fitness, which is correct. Because, of course, you know, it's great to see the youngsters today. But the reality is when we get to game 1 of the season, we're going to have Fatu probably. We're going to have, you know, X amount of other players coming back of international duty. Unless we're fortunate enough to manage to get people like Vestergaard out of the door, perhaps. But the problem is we're going to be probably lumbered with them. And actually, when we talk about player sales quickly as well, Chris, it's the difficulty we've got is not just the money we need to bring in from player sales. It's the wages we need to get rid of, because it's very apparent from 2 years ago we were in the Championship, a lot of our players did not have clauses that reduced their wages, or at least very much, because we were rumoured to have a similar wage budget in the Championship as Newcastle did in the Premier League, which is quite staggering. And until we can break that, the PSR nightmare will not end. So there needs to be a way we can move on certain people, especially around, say, the £80,000, £75,000 a week wages, which do exist.
Yeah. Right, I finally found it.
What's the weather like in Leicester at the moment? It's raining down there.
I have no idea. Oh, in there, I can see. Sorry, it's dry. It's dry. I was going to say I don't live in Leicester either. I forgot. I'm watching that. Right, what is the time, sir? It is 12:27. So we're going to see. So I will let you go and watch the game, and I will see you at half time.
Yeah, I'll see you half time. Thanks, everyone in the chat. I'll see you then. Been a good debated one, this one. I like that. Good start to the season, Chris. It
is. This is, I thought we'd start a bit earlier than a normal half an hour because we've got a little bit more to talk about today.
Lovely. Well, anyway,
cheers.
Mate.
I'll see you at half time. Cheers, buddy.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers. I've removed the wrong person there. There we go. Right. Okay. So, let me just have a look if I can get the sound up. So interesting starting 11. What are your thoughts about the starting 11, guys? Here we go. So we've got Stelarczyk in goal. For the back, Ricardo, who's captain, Akoli, Nelson and Thomas. Winks and Skip are the two defensive midfielders. Marchell and Mavadidi on the wing, with Golding in the middle, and Jake Evans up front. So very, very interesting. But I can't get my sound to work. Hang on a second. I might have to wear headphones today, guys. Yeah, I do actually have to wear. I have to wear headphones today. It's the joy of having a radio setup as well as a video setup. But let's just catch up with a few of the comments. Vicky's in. Hi, Vicky. How we were talking about you earlier. Jeff is in. Hi, Jeff. How you doing, mate? Wish all our games started at 12:30. Is it a decent time over there? What time are you looking at? Average wage in the championship is 14k. It's great to have Kingy back at the club. Yes, it is. Yeah. No, we didn't. We didn't, in fairness. But football's moved on a lot since then. So Leicester in their training kit. A little bit embarrassing, as somebody said before. Well done, and I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce that, obviously, but coming from Bangladesh there. Yeah, we're going to have a minute's silence for Diego Jota and his brother, of course. There we go. Taken much too soon and tragically as well. But his poor family, poor wife, obviously only been married 11 odd days. It was very, very sad news, Kyle. And like I say, the gentleman from Bangladesh, Chowdhury isn't there. Maybe he was playing in Bangladesh. Seems strange to me wearing headphones, but we're about to kick off. Andrew Darlington is the fourth official. Ricardo, and he's got a little thing for Peterborough. Cheapskates have not bought anything. They haven't bought anything for Ricardo. Handing over, Ricardo hands over what do they call those things? Pennant. Harrison wearing the training kit. What the hell is going on? Anyway, we just remember, guys, no spoilers. We've got the swapping ends, which means absolutely nothing, obviously. 500 odd, 499 supporters in today. And they've fitted an extra seat in just to make it 500. So we know that the team that's starting the first half is not going to be finishing the second half. It's very difficult, I've got to say, for the Peterborough players, and we're underway. Leicester in their blue training kit. Peterborough United in sort of an army green, if you like, which is very difficult to see against the pitch, I have to say. But Leicester immediately on the attack. Leicester are kicking right to left. Peterborough obviously left to right, otherwise it'd be a very one-sided game. Nelson had the ball there. Oxford United were, he played well at Oxford. In fact, they said he was too good for Leicester. So they're just playing around. Nelson's seen a lot of the ball at the moment. Luke Thomas, a crossfield to Okoli. He plays it to Ricardo. Plays it forward to Marcel. Okoli's back with Okoli. It's good to see, because they've only been going a couple of minutes, and we are actually trying to go forward. So at the moment we've got an attack coming from Peterborough. Oh, it's a corner, I think, to Peterborough. They get the first corner of the game. So dealt with that corner. Golding now, trying to move it forward. I tell you what, they're looking very attacking. Wow. Evans is up front if he can get the ball into him. Now there's more players coming up front. Marcel just turning around, passing it back. But it's still forward. Ricardo goes back to almost the halfway line. Tell you what, in these first 2 minutes here, that we're seeing Leicester getting forward a lot. Going forward, I've got to say, it very much looks better than it did last time. But of course, things are different. I get that. I don't know what you are from. I can't pronounce your name, from Bangladesh. Please do not spam. Please do not spam the chat. Oh, that was a foul there. Luke Thomas got his arms around him. Jeff, 7:30 it was, is it? Jeff, if you can just give him a timeout, mate. So, 5 minutes in, and Peterborough starting to come into the game a little bit more now. I do apologise. The weather is clouding over a little bit here, so the It affected my radio show this morning. The signal comes in and out, so bear with me. Peterborough holding their own at the moment. Cheers, Jeff. Don't mind you joining in the conversation. Anybody, obviously, you're welcome. That's why we put it up. But I didn't know we'd got a trip to Austria, but apparently we have. Defending well as well, Leicester, at the moment. You know what? I think I would be very happy with Stolarczyk as our number one. So we have to remember when we're watching this game that we are watching a team that, you know, isn't our main team, if you like. Yeah, we've got a couple of first teamers in there. Golding on the ball. It's back with Ricardo. Oh, Marcel had a shot there, but it was very, very high. I think we are attacking. I've seen more attacking intent in 10 minutes today than I have seen for most of the season. You know, we have to. I'm going to switch to Wi-Fi. I don't know if this will make any difference or not. I think my internet is just being really totally awful. Ten minutes gone, 0-0. How are you doing, Kevin? Anyway, so it's a corner. First one for Leicester on the far side. Don't remember they're kicking from right to left. Luke Thomas with the corner. And whip this in left-footed. Swung into the near post. And it's out for another corner. Wasn't the best corner. I've got to say it was fairly low. It's a short corner this time. Evans on the ball. Winks. Golding. Number 34. Mavididi back to Evans. We're going some good short passes here at the moment. Oh, it was a good ball into the box, but it was headed not quite clear, but it's back with the Peterborough keeper. Yeah, I've frozen a fair bit. I accept that. I do know. Peterborough coming away. No free kick. I thought it was going to be a free kick then, but interesting. Yeah, just saying then, if you go to every 5,000 miles will be any away fans that go to every away game will have travelled 5,000 miles. Skip goes in. It's a throw in. Back in their own half for Peterborough. Alex Ferguson would not have put up with this strip, let me tell you that. Leicester, good defender, good move there by Skip. Winks in the centre circle, in the Leicester half. Winks gets it back. A Coley and Winks passing the ball. Now it's with Ricardo. Oh, good ball there. Well taken by Steffi Madidi, and he keeps holding it. Just keep. Oh, again. That's the Mavididi I don't like. He went past the 3 or 4 players, tried to go past the 5th one and lost it. A Coley. Skip back to Nelson. Gets it forward. Golding turns on the ball. Looks to move it forward. Finds Mavididi. But poor ball to Skip, but he got to Skip. Oh, offside. Offside for Leicester. Skip getting forward. Say he's a defensive midfielder. That's a few times he's been forward. So they're playing it out from the back of Peterborough. And they're reinforced back here. And that is the oh, nice turn though. That is the problem with this. You know, they've not actually got it further and they've now put it out for a throw in. So all that from playing out from the back and they're nowhere. Nelson over to Okoli. Back to Nelson. Just keeping possession at the moment, Leicester. Golding's involved quite a bit this first half. Goalie gets it back from Skip. Plays it out to Marcel. I mean, we've got to remember not to read too much into these games. I think we did that last season. Although, having said that, it proved to be right. We were shit pre-season, shit season. Peterborough just in enjoying a bit of possession at the moment. Just saw Andy King there, urging his team forward. Oh, lovely play. Madidi just went to get the ball and just let it run, and it went through to Skip, and it completely fooled a couple of posh players. Good pass forward from Winks and Golding, but Evans couldn't quite get onto the end of it. Long ball forward by Peterborough, but it goes straight out for a throw-in on the far side. Skip Thomas, I mean, sorry. Mavadidi moving inside. I mean, yeah, just talking about Ricardo, I mean, keeping him fit is going to be very, very important, of course. Winks. Out to Marcel on the far side. And it's a goal kick. That skip as well. Again, a long ball forward, but it was going nowhere. Peterborough have it in the far corner. A long ball up and over the top, but cut out by Leicester, who keep hold of it. Halfway through, just coming up to halfway through the first half, Thomas to Nelson to Okoli on the halfway line. Okoli plays it forward, but it's cut out by Peterborough. And it goes back to the Peterborough goalkeeper. Oh, it went down there, the Peterborough player. I've just noticed the Peterborough players haven't got numbers on the shirts, or have they? Is it just in a colour that I can't see against their sort of camouflage green shirts? Mavididi now with the ball on the near side. Tries a bit of trickery, cuts inside, plays the ball over, trying to switch it over to Marcel, but it's a bit too far forward. Leicester not taking any prisoners here, I've got to say. Winks on the ball. Short ball forward to Golding gets it back. And again. Oh. And then a pass. Trying to play a pass through to Mavididi. But he didn't quite get there. Yeah, I mean that is the age-old excuse, Kevin. The age-old excuse. Oh, headed clear by Thomas. Kept in by Peterborough. Andy King's looking the part. I've got to say, he is looking the part. Oh, good attempt to break through for Peterborough, and it goes off Peterborough for a goal kick. I think at my age, Jeff, I'm just rusty full stop. Yeah, not just pre-season. I'm rusty all the time. Ah, Marcel took it well there. He's weaving. Oh! It was across the face of goal, but there was nobody there to touch it in. That was a good move from Marcel. Not sure. Oh, so yeah, it's a corner. I don't know, Jeff. I don't know. Look, Kevin, no, it's true, though, that, first pre-season game, even if we had a manager in charge, even if we had all the first teamers available, this game, I would agree when we get to play Fiorentina, which is a week before kickoff, then that's not the case. But this case is a case of getting some competitive game time in. Because whatever you do at the training ground, it's not the same as playing in an actual match against opposition. So at the moment, Leicester, I would say, having the better of the game. Marcel coming forward again. Doesn't again. I think the foul's been given to Peterborough. Yes, it has. But you're like Jeff. You are like a fine wine. You are getting better with age. Thomas goes up with the header, but it's only gone as far as a Peterborough player. But there's a tackle coming in. Leicester looking very calm at the back, but then give the ball away. Like I say, let's not go too bad when we're giving the ball away. It is the first game after all. Oh, that's a free kick to Leicester, yeah. Ricardo brought down. Why do I always panic when Ricardo is brought down? Panicking. Mavadidi. Again, the final ball. The final ball is definitely lacking. It was something we struggled with last season. Of course you did. You have whiskey on your cornflakes, Jeff, don't you? Shrewsbury Town comes up on the text as she's pretty town. So it's coming up to half an hour gone, and it's Leicester City 0, Peterborough 0. Coley just cutting the cross out there, but then can't clear the ball. They're very lucky. Comes away. It's Mavadidi getting the ball off Thomas. Winks Mavadidi, then it goes back to Coley. Yeah, you can see Mavadidi is that little bit of an extra class really. They're having to pull him down. Oh, ball under his feet for Golding, but that's a free kick to Peterborough, taken down. Leicester looking good. I know we're only playing Peterborough, but there's a lot of youngsters on the pitch there. Andy King, just outside his technical area. I say that with cider, Jeff. Cider's one of me 5 a day, and that's good for me heart. Don't think the doctor would agree. Peterborough definitely coming more into the game now. Golding. Yeah, 2 players on him there. Again, just passing it around at the moment, Peterborough. Jake Evans getting in there. My doctor said the other day, because I need to go on a diet, and I went like, is that one? He said, yeah, you're eating, too much. I said, well, what should I eat? He said, don't eat anything fatty. I said, what, like chips, crisps, burgers, that sort of thing? He said, no, just don't eat anything fatty. Sorry. Evans got 11 goals last season for the under-21s. Leicester had the ball and they've lost it again. Wah, 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 wah. I think we do need to bring another striker in. We can't rely on Jake Evans. I know Daka is there, but let's be honest with you, it's the old brothel situation with him, isn't it? Still got it. They haven't got it away, Leicester. Winks on the ball. Skip now. He kept hold of the ball well. Gets a round of applause from the crowd. Oh, which way is that going to go? I think that's a Leicester free kick. He did shout out quite hard there. Let's have a look. Oh. It's really hard to assess these pre-seasons because you want to say like Leicester are playing well, but then you've got to look at the level of opposition. Golding playing in Mavadidi's place. Into the last 10 minutes. It's out for a Leicester throw-in. Again, we're closing down well. Thomas. Nelson. Okoli in the centre circle. Marcel on the far side receives the ball from him. Plays it back to Okoli. Golding on this left-hand side again. Takes it past a couple of players. Plays it into the box. Evans winks across the pitch. Colin passing it to Marcel. Can't get the cross in though. Thomas. Mamadidi can't get it past his player on this wing. Thomas ended up turning into a good pass from what was just a clearance there. Ricardo chips it in, but it's straight down the goalkeeper's throat. And it's straight into the Peterborough goalkeeper Best's chest. Down the far side, it's Peterborough with the ball, just literally on the halfway line. Crossover, but a header back from Ricardo to Stolarczyk, who's been pretty, not only had a lot to do, Stolarczyk, in fairness. Ben Nelson on the ball. Luke Thomas receives it on this near side. Plays it across field to Okoli. Comes forward with it. Looking for options. Turns on the ball. Finds Ben Nelson. Nelson to Thomas. Again, back to Okoli. The ball goes forward, but only straight through to the opposition goalkeeper. So it's going to be a throw-in Peterborough on the far side. Yeah, they've had a lot. I think Tom was saying earlier they've got a lot of changes in the lineup. for Peterborough. They're in the middle of a rebuild at the moment, but they feel they're pretty close to completing that rebuild. Darren Ferguson, the manager, of course, at Peterborough, he's been there about 5 stints there, I think. Evans is hounding, but Peterborough keep hold of the ball. Now, even Mark Albrighton is saying that it's all about building relationships and getting minutes in the legs and what have you, and that's the next player. Mavididi and Thomas. Thomas gets it back to Ben Nelson. Marcel, a little bit quieter recently, and it's not a good ball, and it goes out of play. The throw into Peterborough. Oh, straight into the back there, Harry Winks. Free kick to Peterborough, just outside their box. Oh, Mavididi again. He can't get past. He's been marked out the game pretty well with Mavididi at the moment. Winks manages to come away with the ball. Mavididi, Winks. And it finally goes back. No, Nelson is going to get to it. Passes it back to Stolarczyk. Jakub Stolarczyk, not good at getting the ball out. So it's, I think it's with Ricardo now. Or is it Marcel? Marcel. Passes it forward. Jake Evans. Cuts inside. Skip. Plays it off for Thomas, and it's a wild shot. Wild shot. Good move, though. It's probably the best move of the match. Yeah, Thomas is probably the last person you want it to fall to, in all honesty. Coley just playing it back to Stolarczyk. Ben Nelson. Thomas into Winks. Out to Mavididi, who's got a bit of space this time. Runs into the box with it. Oh, then he just didn't keep hold of it. I'm going to say, let's be honest with Mavididi, back from injury. So let's going to cut him some slack. It's the last minute of normal time here. Don't know if they're going to play sort of extra time or injury time in these friendlies, but offside, 44 minutes. It was a good ball through, in fairness. And there it is. That is half time. No added time on there. So I'm just going to wait for Jeff to Jeff just says then these games do not result in many goals. But they don't, in fairness to. So we'll just wait for Tom to join in. Then I'm going to actually pop out and try and rejoin the chat. So I've got a few notes here. I want to talk about a couple of the players. I think that's the main thing that we need to do in here is discuss the players and sort of the effect that they are, how they've played and what have you. I've got a few thoughts here. But Tom is in, so let me just bring Tom up here. Tom, mate, what I'm going to do, I'm having a few problems with the internet, so I'm going to go, and can you just take over for me?
Yeah, of course I can, mate. Not a problem. Yeah,
brilliant. And I'm going to basically reboot. So I will see you in a few minutes. Cheers.
I'll see you in a minute. Cheers. Right, the show's on me, guys, apparently. Yeah, so what do you think of that in the chat so far? I mean, it was always going to be a tight game, and obviously a lot of the lads haven't played well, with each other before, as well. So there's that to consider. But interesting how we still have a problem when it comes to when teams sit back, I find. I felt in the first half, as soon as Peterborough had a low block, we found it very difficult to create opportunities. It'd be a case of Mavadidi trying, his best to run past 3 or 4 players. It'll either work or, he will lose the ball perhaps. And then when that happens, of course, we end up in a position where the best chances have probably come from long balls from Macaulay and Nelson playing balls forward, which is interesting, really, because I think it just shows we have a real problem or, still from last season in breaking teams down. And we said it in the pre-match as well. When we were looking at last season, that was one of our biggest Achilles heels. And it's what we're going to face this year. We've got to get better. But once again, this cycles back to where the football club is right now, because we haven't got a managerial appointment. We are working with Andy King. And consequently, I mean, it's difficult to expect much progress on that so far. I think some positives I'll talk about just quickly. I thought Ben Nelson looked quite assured at the back. I know friends of mine who live in Oxford have rated him very highly from his time at the Kassam Stadium last season. 1 or 2 of them said to me that they felt he was easily going to be an England centre-half in the future because of his quality. But yeah, it's been difficult outside of that, perhaps. I think Marcel had a pretty good spell of it. His shot wasn't good, obviously, but I'll give him some credit for some really good tight foot control with the ball. I think that could be very helpful going forward in the season as well. And really, it is a day on individuals. And as Armchair Jockey has just said, a Golding is a standout for me. I'd agree with that. I think that's a very good point there, mate. When you look at the 2 defensive midfielders, and I'm going to call them both defensive midfielders because Winks and Skip, they seem to be very backwards facing for me. And they seem to be, at times we need to be brave of going more directly forward, perhaps. But maybe that's one for the chat as well. And it looks like the man himself has sorted out his internet. So, Chris, I'll pass it back over.
I'm not guaranteeing, but I've just seen StreamYard have put a thing out saying they are having a few problems streaming. Okay. I've known on the club's official site that they've placed the game with Walkers. Is this our new shirt sponsor? Walkers have always been a sponsor for us, mate. Yeah. They've never stopped. Although we changed the name, they didn't stop. Well, I'm going to say here, overall, Tom, I was very pleased with the performance.
Yeah, see, it's a funny one, isn't it? Because I think defensively it was okay. I think there's signs of things, we'd like to see better at this point, but then that is just where the club is, as I was saying while you were gone, Chris, and I think that's a big part of it. I think it's probably a day for our heads and our mental health as a football club right now to look at individual performances to see if anyone stands out. I think Ben Nelson's played very well. I think he played a nice ball up the flank to Marcel, which created a good chance. I think Marcel's done all right. Don't get me wrong, his shot he had was pretty poor, but I think his footwork was actually very good, especially in tight conditions. And that could be very crucial going into next season, especially when we're going to be playing low block teams that we're going to have to break down, which was a problem for us last season and is also one of my major concerns. So we'd need going forward to see more progress there. But how much Andy King can actually do with that, I don't really know. some interesting things I spotted as well. Like Luke Thomas, his passing at the back is still a bit risky sometimes, isn't it? It seems to be we don't have an outlet to play a long ball sometimes, and the times we have done it, we've created opportunities as well, which is a bit bizarre to me. We almost seem to be trying to be a bit too cute at times, and we can get ourselves into trouble. And the other thing I'd like to mention is I think the pressing we have done on them has actually been the best part of it, because whenever they've tried to come out from the back, if we've been quick on them, we've actually put them under a lot of pressure, and that is going to be key for us, I think, this season, is being a bit more that way inclined. Because while we don't want to go back to playing Enzo ball as such, we did win the championship with a pretty much cobbled together team by just being aggressive and pressing and being on the front foot. So I do think there is a big part of that we're going to have to consider going forward as well, because it seems to be one thing we are good at.
It does.
So I've got a rant there.
I mean, I know when you just put there a bit meh. I don't think that. I thought we did all right. I mean, we were transitioning. I mean, how many times did you see us going forward? And yes, look, let's be honest. It is, no disrespect, but it is Peterborough. We're not playing, Birmingham or Ipswich. But I thought we actually went forward in that game more in 45 minutes than we'd done all last season, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah, I think that's probably true, mate. I think that is true. I think that is also a par for the course, isn't it, when you look at what's on the paper? I was just bringing this up when you just got back. I think the two things that I don't like is the two central midfielders again, because we seem to be in this habit, and I think a lot of it is going back to the mentality of last year, where we've got two CDMs, and at least one of them needs to be looking forward, because Winks has played it back far too many times when he could have played it forward. And then Skip's been doing exactly the same. And anytime we've had some amount of pressure, we seem to go back and then just they're all back and we can't break them down then. And then Mavididi will overplay the ball or something. And that's the funny thing with Mavididi, isn't it? But anyway, over to you, mate.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, the funny thing is that, and it is amazing how two people can sit here and I'm sorry, Wayne, I get what you have, my fault for coming back in. But it's two people can watch the same game and look at different things. I've got here, Skip was getting forward quite a bit.
Well, he was, but he kept turning around and going backwards, and that was part of my problem with it. Because if Winks is there to do that, which he is, and someone suggests, an armchair jockey said that he's a bit of a luxury, and I kind of agree with that. It's almost like he's much more concerned with making sure he completes his pass rate than it actually is them making a more interesting ball in that he could have done a couple of times, because that's, kept Golding at a certain limitation where he could have been a bit more involved as well. So I think there are things that we can say good about a lot of the individuals, but I think some of them are still showing some red flags for me that I'm a bit concerned about, Chris.
Yeah. The final ball's still not there.
No, it's not. It's not. And I think you were going to say about Mavididi, weren't you? Mavididi is a bit of an enigma, isn't he? Because we had games last season where we did well, and Mavididi would go on mazy runs, go past 3 or 4 players and have a very good game. And other games he'd try and he'd give the ball away every time. The problem is he's having to do it a lot because there doesn't seem to be a lot else we can do. Which is a bit of a concern. So I think Mavididi's played well in that regard. I think he's been part of contributing to some good positive forward movement. So yeah, I think there's a lot of individual good there to see. I mean, collectively as a football club, we've still got a long way to go, though, I believe. And it looks like Chris is frozen again. Oh, you're back.
My internet today, I had this problem. I'm going to be honest with you, on the radio show this morning. It kept dropping out. And I don't know why. I mean, the weather's a bit windy, so...
It's normally me, so I'm quite relieved, mate. It's normally me, so I'm quite happy it's not me.
No, I mean, Mavididi, and again, I've got to allow him here the fact that he's come back from injury again. But again, he's trying to do too much. He gets the ball, he cuts inside, he'll take on 2 or 3 players, but then he's got to take on that 4th or 5th player and loses it. The team is not Mavididi. We're not playing 1-1. We're playing 4-2-3-1. He's got to learn to pass the fucking ball.
It's true, but he's also got to have options. And I think there's times where if you pass it to Winks in that position, Chris, Winks would just pass it back to the centre back and there'll be no attack at all. And that's part of my problem with it. So it's like we're looking at it two slightly different perspectives, which I completely respect. I get your point. There's times you could argue his decision making could get a bit better, but I'd much more prefer to see someone like Mavididi, if we're in this mode of football, having a go and maybe giving the ball away once or twice and trying to create something. Because
do you remember Ray Wilkins?
Yeah.
England midfielder, Chelsea, wasn't it? Captain, England captain at times. One of our...
I don't want to interrupt unless it catches up, but I don't think it will, ladies and gentlemen. I think he might have frozen again. But it's this is kind of what Winks is doing today, isn't it? He sort of gets the ball and passes back. No, I'm not picking on Wings. I'm not picking. What will be interesting second half is we're seeing a few more faces out there to see what they can do as well. Because I think we've got some question marks about central midfield.
This is completely pissing me off. I am really, really sorry.
I'm trying not to talk over you, mate, but I have to jump in. So I do apologise if it annoys you.
No.
The ship going.
Talking about, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm really getting pissed off now. I think with Ray Wilkins.
Yeah.
And the thing is, what do you do? There's a very thin line between being negative, or keeping the ball.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a phase.
When Winks is looking round, it is his main concern to keep hold of the ball.
I think that's probably true. That is true. But in which case, Skip needs to be facing forward and making sure he's the one to bring it forward, perhaps, because I don't see how this will work if we're going to play players in a similar style. Really, that's what kind of gets me about it. And we've had this problem going back to last year where we couldn't work out a good central midfield partnership to the point where Sumaru was probably our redemption arc if he could have got there himself, and it just didn't work out, did it? And we've got plenty of central midfielders. It just seems to be we don't seem to have ones that are able to contribute to the game perhaps in the way I'd like to see. Anyway, Chris is back, everyone.
I don't know for how long, mate. I really don't know for how long. Right, here's the starting lineup for the second half. Bowser is in goal. You get ready for this. Justin on the right, Cody, Aloko and Christensen, Sumare, Alves, Page, Monga, Joseph and Thomas.
Well, that's interesting. That's interesting. We've got Alves as a central midfielder by all accounts and that, because I'm pretty sure he used to play as a winger. So that's interesting how we changed that.
I think his role is a midfielder, isn't it?
Well, he's a bit of a utility man. I'm pretty sure Cardiff were utilising him on the left, but he can play attacking mid in the centre. But I'm not so sure about central mid as such, just behind those positions. I've not seen a lot of that, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's where we're looking at him playing and going forward. But I'll say this. I mean, if he's someone who's going to look forward with it, then, that could be encouraging for me, Chris.
Yeah. Before you go, of course, it would be remiss of me not to show this.
I've bantered myself here by letting this out of the bag. That was me in one of my old jobs, guys. Yeah, when I used to live in Toronto.
So you're a coffee cup there?
Yeah, it's a giant inflatable coffee cup suit, and I used to give out coffee coupons, and it was only a few blocks down from the CN Tower, so it was really downtown financial district, as you could probably see. I used to get told off because I used to think like a cup, Chris, and I started trying to climb that glass thing, and security would go mad at me because I was just trying to method act like what a cup would do. So, but yeah, guys, interesting job that one. Unfortunately, it didn't pay very well, so hopefully in the future I'm going to get a better paying job. But it was very much fun,
Yeah, I'm sure it was. Like you say, Philbert Fox, if he ever needs a replacement. Players are coming out, mate. Thank you so very much. I apologise, everybody. This is just, for some reason, Tom can appreciate what a shitty thing your internet can be sometimes. But I'll see you at full time, mate.
Yeah, thanks to the chat. I hope I managed to hold your guys' attention anyway. Cheers. See you full time.
Cheers. Thanks very much. So there's the second half team. For your details, there we go. So it's a complete 11. Say Balfour in goal. Why Justin on the right again? Andy fucking King. So we got Justin, Cody, Aluko, and Christensen. Sumare, Alves, Page. So, excuse me, I'm just having my lunch here. It's hard. They're just talking about manga. 15. It is unreal. And guys, look, I say I really do apologise about my internet. The whole thing is pissing me off. I'm going to have to reboot the whole bloody thing. Looking forward to having Reese and his uncle Clibbo on. You'll know him from BTG and Jack's Final Whistle. Of course, it's Silko Thomas that is up front, just in case you're thinking it's Luke Thomas. Experience, Sumane. Golf. The Basol, like I said, Justin Okolu, Cody Christensen, Alves. It's a 4-3. Oh, they've gone 3 midfield. So the second half, 4-3-3. So, same strips, of course. And we're away. Leicester this time kicking from left to right. Luco, he's got his first touch and he's taken down. Long free kick upfield. Oof. Joseph tried to sort of tap it in, but wasn't able to. So, like I say, you got Bowser in goal, Justin, Luco, Cody, and Christensen across the back, Sumare, Page, and Alves in midfield, Joseph Mongo and Thomas up front. So we have changed formation as well, which is interesting. Interesting, Kevin. Would you sooner have, I'm not being sarcastic, I'm asking the question, would you sooner have Vestergaard or Cody in defence? In the Championship, Vestergaard did okay. I agree, not for the Premier League. And we said that when we went up. We said 100% not for the Premier League. But Justin with the chip over. It's a good ball. Offside, though. Offside. Would you sooner have Vestergaard or would you sooner have Cody? Interesting thing here is no VAR. I'm being a bit sarcastic with that comment, I will say. Really? You sooner have Cody? Totally, Jeff. Be interesting to see, of course, whichever manager comes in, their choice of formation. I'm just going to check something here. The first half was very much geared up for roll. Second half, 4-3-3. Sean Dyche, though, he likes 4-4-1-1. But you're quite right, we can try different things. And Peterborough take a shot, but it's way over. Way over. Peterborough have also changed all the teams as well. Crowd are making a fairly decent noise, I must admit. The ball goes all the way through to Bowser, who's quite a way out of his box. But there's only one Peterborough player in our half, so he didn't really have too much to worry about. Oh, that's a nice move of Alves, was it? No. No, it comes out to Justin. Page doesn't quite get it to Justin this time. You're going to have to bear with me because, of course, these players I'm not up to date with. So playing it out from the back again, Peterborough. 6 minutes into the second half. Sumare. Louis Page. Jodin Joseph puts it into the box. It's up in the air. It's still up in the air, but Page can't really control it. And Peterborough tried to break away, but Aluko should be able to get back for it. I think it'd be interesting to see if we added all the shirt numbers up in the second half, what the total would be. Free kick there for Leicester. Quickly taken and played back. So Leicester trying to get the ball at the moment. Peterborough have it around the back and they play it up, and they lose that out there. Now Leicester have got possession. Kept in well there by Peterborough, but put out by Leicester. Do you remember actually our first game in the pre-season last year? We played Villarreal away and we beat them 2-1. And the second game we played Shrewsbury Town 3 days later away, and we beat them 2-1 as well. I've got to say that's probably as good as it got. Monger's not really getting involved here. He's on the left at the moment, but early days yet, I guess. But this is the less experienced, obviously, of the two sides, which I think you can see Peterborough having the better of the second half at the moment. And it's offside. Be interesting to see what our guests make of this second string team. Well, that's been a bit unfair. Probably not second string, but you know what I mean. Oh, now Justin got the cross in there. Page. Justin again. Jaden Joseph back to JJ, the JJ, which is Justin. Oh, Christensen taken out there. It's a free kick. Interesting to see McAteer being interviewed at half time. Just out of interest, Burnley have signed Kyle Walker. Wow. Fair play to Burnley there. Now Peterborough. Justin, good defending there. And he's called down and he gets the free kick. Interesting there. That's good play from Justin, in fairness. Yeah, it is, Jeff. Very good signing. And another free kick to Leicester. So Longer on the ball. Go! Oh. Go and pick that one out the River Saw, I think. Oh no, it's managed to stay in. I thought it had gone out over the surround netting, but Leicester are back in the game now. It is hard to get excited about these games, I have to say. There's a corner, and Christensen, they're going to take it. Whipped in by Joseph. Oh. Peterborough have it. Monga, has he got it? They've not got it away. Leicester have it now. Justin nearly tackles himself. Christensen now on the far side. Takes it down the wing. Monga. Oh, yes, he's going past 2 or 3. Page, it's 1-0. 62 minutes. And it's 1-0. Christensen to Monga to Alves to Page. A good goal there. Took it well. 1-0. And we're up and running. That was a good move. That was really good move. Monga very heavily involved. Oh yeah, Hamza, he's just scored his first goal for Bangladesh this past week. As a cross, but it goes out for a goal kick. Bowser will take. Hamza Chowdhury scoring a goal for Bangladesh. Yeah, so a good goal. Jeremy Monga beats 2 defenders with superb skill. And it was, plays the ball to Aluka, who touch lays it off for Page to smash the ball in the net. Good to see sort of all the youngsters involved there. I can't. No, Jeff. No. I can't get that excited. I am so sorry. I wish I could, but I can't. Jim, how you doing, mate? I hope you had a good Dumping America day yesterday. So taken off his foot there by Peterborough, off a defender's foot. Oh, they're in the middle. They got a chance to have a shot. Oh, great save by Bowser. Yeah, that was a good save. The thing is, and it's a corner now on the far side. Thing is with the goalkeeper, not having much to do in these friendly games, really. But it's a case of when you are called upon to do something, being awake to do it. It was in the box, defended well. Defended. It was kicked out only as far as a Peterborough player, Chris Clark for Peterborough. I know. I don't know half the names. I can't do a proper commentary in this second half because I don't know half the names. And subtitles didn't help him. Luca back in his normal defensive role. Ball played forward. I'm just completely in shock by these balls that are being played forward. What the hell's going on? Just looking at Koulibaly, he's been playing for Mali, so that's maybe why he's away. But it's 1-0 still to Leicester. Not often we could say that. Couldn't do any worse than the last Muppet we had, eh, Jim? And I don't think Andy King sat down during this game, to be honest with you. He stood up at the side. Indeed, Doug. Indeedy. James Justin turning around, playing it back to Aluko. I do like these youngsters. Monga, a lovely ball in. Oh, he played it just behind. Hey, I tell you what, Jesus Christ, that was a Luco ran up so. I said he could do better than that, Muppet. Don't you be causing trouble, Jeff. And Luco had some speed. A corner. I'm not sure what's going on. I think it's a corner to Leicester. Yes, it is. Christensen's running over. He's going to put it left-footed in. Unbelievable news, Doug. Unbelievable. I did play a trip. I played "You'll Never Walk Alone" for him this morning on the radio. They had a minute silence at the start of this game for him. Corner comes in. It's a low one. It's a back heel. Oh. And Luca headed it on, but it was just headed into the arms of the goalkeeper. I think Barrow will just see this go out. Yes, he does. Yeah, Connor Cody was, of course, a teammate of his at Wolves, and he was speaking very highly of him as well. I have to say, I am, and now again, you've got to take into account that it's Peterborough United, and they've made a lot, had a lot of changes in their squad. But yeah, I'm impressed with it so far. It wasn't such a good clearance by Bauer, and they've lost it now to Peterborough. We've given it away. Hit the post. Lost the ball due to Samari. Who knew? And there's another mistake. 1-1. 1-1. I mean, that was our own making. Well, I was beginning to feel good then. It was all of our own making. We're all getting a bit sloppy now. Cross comes in. Oh, it's way over everybody and out for a goal kick. Wasn't the best of corners. So yeah, we were looking quite comfy. Yeah, Jeff. I mean, like I say, this one I'm not getting too upset about it. Like I say, you have to take into account good tackle there by Justin. Sorry, Justin. And he gets the ball back. Can he get the cross in? He's into the box. And Page has got one back. Wow. So that didn't last long. I have to say that was a very, very good goal. James Justin really getting involved there. My God, I've only just updated it. Come on, guys, give me a chance. I feel this is a bit like Live Aid, not Live Aid, Soccer Aid, when they change everybody at half time and they bring all the sub goalkeepers on and the non professionals so much, Jeff summed it up 1,000,000%. That is how you react. I mean, it was literally 4 minutes between goals. Now, James Joseph playing well as well. Yeah, indeed, Kyle. It didn't last long either. I think which is what you're trying to say. So Christensen going to be an outswing of this. Waves at the box. Ball comes in. Oh, flicked on at the near post it was. And it goes outside to Justin, but it's going to be another corner. Oh, it's a throw, sorry. That bit is just off my screen. Don't forget, we're going to have a very quick 5-minute break after at the end of the match, and we'll be joined by Wayne. Of course, Tom will be back, obviously, Wayne, and Reese and his uncle Clibbo. The cannonball of the Leicester City world. Aluko gets it back after playing it back. James Justin. Monga. Silko Thomas. He loses the ball, but Mongo can't keep it in. It's out for Peterborough throw-in. 10 minutes to go. Oh, yeah. Bit worried there. It was a late flag. The ball was played through. Nobody was there. But the Peterborough player ran through. Bowser was late coming out, I have to say, but the flag did eventually go up. And we've got Fiorentina coming up as our last friendly in August before we kick off the new season. Did we not play? I know we played an Italian side. Did it last year as well? Alves now turns with the ball. Nice turn. Makes himself some space. Running. Oh, Alves there looking very good. Justin. Cody. Oh, God, Sumari's got the ball. But it's Mongo who loses it this time. So left to get the ball back. Christensen. So 8 minutes to go. Again, there's not going to be any time added on. There's been no stoppages. Jeremy Mongo trying to get past the player then, but he didn't manage to do it that time. Somebody shouting, "React, react," from the benches. Back with the Peterborough goalkeeper. 2-1. 7 minutes left. Page. Page is having a good game. Christensen plays the ball in. And Peterborough managed to get it away. Oh, that's going to be a free kick to Peterborough. Sumari there. Peterborough have it on this near side. Nobody really closing him down. Justin finally does come over. Keller for Peterborough. Lovely ball out, but no, it doesn't. It only goes as far as Christensen. I was pretty much telegraphed where that was going to go. Christensen didn't really even have to move. Joyce now, can he do anything? Gets the ball across. Dilko Thomas probably trying to do too much. There was numbers back. Oh, Justin, nice move, and he side nets it. That was a bit unfortunate, really. They had lots of players back. Stick with us, like I say, because we will be doing an immediate post-match reaction. Like I say, me, Tom, Wayne, and Reese and Uncle Clibo. Carl to his mates. In fairness, I think his nickname is just Clibo. I'm just calling him Uncle Clibo because that's what Reese calls him. Page is doing well. He's really playing well. Sumari getting involved, but he just stood there. It's like playing passing in training. 5 minutes to go, 4.5 minutes to go. Leicester probably just playing this game out now. Although I'm sure if you ask Page, you'd want his hat trick. Of course he would. Justin kept the ball in there on the line. We'll get a free kick, surely. No. Oh, Connor Cody. Yeah, calmness personified. Don't know what James Justin was doing there, but he did manage to keep hold of the ball, in fairness. But then wasn't able to control it. Joseph now, what? Justin's up to support him. Oh. Don't know what he's giving a free kick to Leicester. I know, I said this in the first half, Jim. After, players that actually know there's two halves to a pitch. So it's a free kick to Leicester. Oh, free kick. Straight into the goalkeeper's arms. So we're just running the clock down. Thomas on the ball. Oh, what a shot! What a shot! 88 minutes. 3-1. Silko Thomas. Left foot, top corner. Wow. We'll take that. We will take that. I know the youngsters. Look, we've got to accept that this is Peterborough, and to them it's a pre-season as well. But look, I've got to say, I'm happy. Are we not happy? If you're happy and we clap your hands. That's what that's what we should be singing. I know. I'm sad. I need to get alive. 3-1. 15 seconds to go. And there it is. It's all over. It is all over, ladies and gentlefolk. 3-1 to Leicester. Page 2, Thomas 1. We did make a mistake to give them their goal, but we'll be, like I say, I'm off to drop the kids off at the pool. I'll be back in a few minutes and we will have the post-match reaction. Myself, I'll be joined by Tom. I'll be joined by Wayne. I'll be joined by Reese, and I'll be joined by Clibbo. Looking forward to it. We'll be back in about 2 or 3 minutes. Don't go away. Stick at us, please. And we'll be back with the post-match reaction.
is the Leicester Till I Die Watchalong show. Join in the chat and don't forget to subscribe.
I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
This is the Leicester Till I Die Watchalong show. Join in the chat and don't forget to subscribe.
I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
Indeed we would. Indeed we would. Gentlemen, good evening. Welcome along. There's another message in the private chat, by the way. But I'm just waiting for Reese to join us, and we should be getting Mark as well. Should be joining us as well. But guys, do you know what? I'm going to do this. I didn't get much chance last season to do it, so I'm going to do it now. You know what's coming. If you've got any ladies within earshot, get them out the room.
Yes! 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 Oh! 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 Oh, God. Oh. I'll have what she's having.
Yes, didn't really get a chance to enjoy that. Wayne, Tom, welcome along. Clibbo, this is Wayne in the middle. This is Tom with no hair on the right. This is Clibbo, who looks like he's just come out of a WWE game. So, welcome, mate. I'm not going to argue with you. But, I mean, look, let's start with you, Clibbo. Couldn't ask for much more, could we?
No, I think the players look quite sharp. They look leaner, faster, more willing to get back into shape in the defence after losing possession. I like the mixture of the passing triangles and the long ball where, you know, where it was on, they used it. I like all that. And that's kind of, I didn't expect it, to be honest. I didn't expect a lot from it, but I thought there was quite a lot of positives going forward.
Yeah. Mark, welcome along, mate. What have you done to Reese, Clibbo? Where is he?
Oh, I don't know. He's like an old woman.
You can say that. I couldn't possibly. Mark, your thoughts on the game?
It's pre-season, isn't it? So it's hard to take too much from it, but very promising second half with the youngsters, I thought. Ben Nelson was great in the first half, really sharp. Looking forward to us building our defence around him. And at half-time, I gave a bit of a shout-out to Louis Page, and he came on and scored 2 goals. So, yeah, I'm quite happy, to be fair.
Wayne, look, you've got to be having used the whole box of Kleenex tissues, haven't you? With these youngsters on the pitch. That actually sounded worse than it was meant to be.
You're about tears of joy, Chris. I'll take it.
Yeah, that was what it was. Yeah, he's been very vocal about playing the youngsters. And look, it was like I said, it's the first match. It's a little bit sort of testing things and trying things out. But we virtually saw every youngster there, Wayne, and I don't think anybody really would let down.
No, what a fantastic! I mean, what an exciting group of players. And it's one thing having the group of players, but as Clibbo said, I didn't expect too much because of all the youngsters in the side. Everybody playing. Is that from me?
There is some feedback somewhere. I'm thinking it might be you, Mark.
Me?
Yeah.
Shouldn't be.
Is that better? I said, yeah. But when we play in friendly, there's loads of different people playing together. But yeah, very exciting. It did look connected as well.
Yes. I'm just going to mute you for a second. But yeah, we'll come on to Monga later. Just very quickly touching on the second half. I want to go back to the start of the first half, Tom. But the overall performance, there's a lot to work on there, isn't there?
Well, I still think there's an element in the first half of that hangover from last season. They definitely were fitter. I can definitely see that. But I was saying at half time, I think between Winks and Skip, there's been a challenge about, who's doing what. And then look what happens in the second half when Page gets involved, a bit more positive. He gets the 2 goals from central midfield, doesn't he? So I think the second half, Chris, was very much a case of you've had 4 pints and you're ready to do a bit of karaoke and it's all a bit more lively. And I think it was quite uplifting as well. So I'll say this right now, Leicester City Football Club, don't mess up this youth academy because they're the only encouraging thing going on right now, particularly.
Yeah. Wayne, isn't it? Sorry, Wayne. Mark, it isn't to do with your speakers. We've got some feedback somewhere from you, Mark, because when I muted you, there wasn't.
Right, okay. I'll dip out again, mate. No worries. I'll catch you later.
Dip out and come back in again. Brilliant, brilliant. Right, let us go back to the first half. Interesting thing, Clibo. Let me just put this into, let me just do this and then I can stick in the same order as we go around. Interesting thing was the first half was very much a 4-2-3-1. Now I'm going to play conspiracy theorist here. It was 4-2-3-1, which is Rolls' preferred formation. Second half, it was kind of a 4-3-3, which was kind of going more towards Sean Dyche's promote, although it was 4-4-1-1. I am dragging things out a little bit here, but come on. Is it a case of he was trying the two, or do you think he was just testing 2 different formations out anyway?
Well, for me, I don't think Dyche would. I think Dyche would already be here if he was going to be here. He's a free agent, so I think that's all paper talk, to be honest with you. So I think it was just a matter of pre-season trying to see, and basically, I quite like the idea of that because if you look, we've got 2 different teams. Let's play to the strengths of the 2 different teams. Let's see what we can do. Can we adapt? Because in the Championship, there's going to be a lot of games and lots of different opponents, different skill sets. Why not try it? And I actually thought I was super encouraged. I mean, I've been watching that Silko in the under-23s. I was super encouraged by his just positivity. And it was ironic, really, that the mistake came from one of the senior players who I thought just lazy. I thought he was just lazy throughout the game. And I'd be happy not to see him play in a Leicester shirt again.
I think we'd all probably echo that. Let's get him in. I mean, he likes to make an entrance. I said come in 5 minutes after the game. And I think he thought I said 55, but he's here. Let's say. And where's he gone? Is anybody? Have I frozen again?
No, you're not frozen.
Oh, no, he's there. He's there. Reece, thank you for joining us. How are you doing?
Sorry, lads.
You were probably up in your bedroom with a box of tissues, but we won't we won't hold you to that. We'll come round to you in a second, Reece. Wayne, wasn't it great? I think, Mark, we're going to say to you, Mark, if you can mute yourself when you're not talking. And I think that, he's gone again. I think that might help, but we are getting feedback off Mark. Wayne, it was like great news because the players suddenly remembered that on a football pitch, there's 2 halves. We actually were pumping the ball forward. We were playing forward. I mean, Ruud van Nistelrooy must have been crying in his clogs watching that, mustn't he? Because he's thinking like, why couldn't he do that?
Well, exactly. I mean, these players have been here all the time, and that was what a lot of the fans' criticism of Ruud van Nistelrooy not playing the younger players when the older players just weren't performing. And definitely the younger, it was younger the team second half, especially in midfield with Alves, who did maybe hold on to the ball a bit too much, but he drives straight through the middle. And the younger side, Page, so Samori got the ball, he took 2, 3, 4 touches and passed the ball. Page got the ball, 1 touch, the pass is off. Quick football. And you could see that. And not only that, They pressed better as a team in the second half. And then, I mean, the one-touch football and the playing forward at pace was exciting. It's wonderful watching attack-minded players who really don't have any fear.
They're a week behind as well. They're a week behind Peterborough in their fitness. So, that showed quite a lot of intent, I thought.
All you can ask for is a win, and we got that, Tom. I mean, last season we started with a victory, and I've forgotten the two victories we started off with, Villarreal and Shrewsbury Town, two lots of 2-1 victories. But there was a lot, and I know, you were saying before the game that there was a lot to, for Andy King to prove himself today. I think, he took the test, and all right, I'm still not saying that he should get the job, but I think, that he's got something about him, and that is the good thing, isn't it?
Well, you can see with the second half, Chris, can't you, and how he's been working with those players a lot longer than the first team, we saw in the first half, that, how well drilled they are, different formation. They looked very well organised. They looked, incredibly intent in what they were trying to do. And like I say, that's something we've been crying out for as a fan base. That's the most positive thing I've seen about Leicester City for a very long time. Off the pitch, on the pitch. And that is something that needs to be really looked at, whoever comes in next. I still think, honestly, people like Harry Winks and Skip have got to probably leave, because I don't think they want to be here, as Clibbo was mentioning earlier. I think some of these players, let's not get in a Man United situation and keep them hanging around. Let's transfer this them and get them off. It's time, because we need to push on and bring some freshness into this and not be so stale, because the staleness is what will cost us this season. We've seen what the freshness can do now. Yeah.
This was... Oops, this is not working at all here. I'm just going to give up, I think. I'm trying to bring the team up. Sorry?
You disappeared then.
I did, which some would say is the best thing that could happen to me. Reece, welcome along. Two different formations. Very, very excited to see that we've had this rediscovered the fact that there's two halves to the pitch, but also very happy to discover that we've got a plan B, maybe.
Yeah, I just echo what the lads just said. I thought the first half was a bit too slow for me. It was like very much like watching Enzo Board, a little bit too slow for me. But the second half, the youngsters really took the game to Peterborough, and they wanted to make a name for themselves. And I think they've done that. I think they've done that. 3 good goals. That third goal was just absolutely outstanding, right in the top corner.
Yeah.
Lots of positives. Couple of things I think we do need to work on, but overall, it's a good start to pre-season.
It is. You couldn't ask for more, could you? Let's start with the first half then, Clibbo. What pleased you about the first half, and what didn't please you about the first half?
What pleased me was the fact that I think we've got some pretty decent wingers, and I think I was anticipating Marcel coming back, because obviously he's been away playing, and I thought he was really nice and direct. He had some nice touches. He kept hold of the ball well. The only negative side I thought was that maybe it was because he didn't have any options to put into the box, which is something on a negative point of view. I think we're lacking height, that option of a ball into the box. So the end product there was a little bit lacking, but I don't think you can solely just aim that at him. I thought Evans looked bright. I thought he looked way more intelligent than his years. I noticed that the ball at his feet, he looks up, he finds the pass, and he does the simple things well, which I think sometimes is lost on the eye. We don't credit people enough for doing the simple things well, and it's definitely an art. And I think the boy's going to do well. Whether he'll play first team, I don't know. There was a few loose passes in the first half, but overall, I think that the boys showed that in the first half, the main positive was their fitness level and their willingness to run and get the ball back. So there's the positives.
Wayne, same to you, positives and negatives?
Yeah, I like what Clibbo said. I mean, with regards to Evans, I was impressed with Evans. His positional sense, the fact that he did do the simple things. He looks like he's solid. He don't get knocked off the ball easily, which is obviously not like Dakar. But it's like the opposite is Winks. I mean, it was frustrating, Winks. It was taking the ball and running along the back line and then trying to recirculate the ball. And you're thinking, what are you doing running along our defensive back line? Just give it to Nelson and or drive through the middle. And the difference is in the first half, we didn't drive through the middle and we didn't pick the pass. I'm not being funny that I play football on a Sunday morning with mates. Saturday part football, Sunday part football, people run through the middle and punch passes through, and these are Premier League players, so they should be doing it. And I think Winks is just too pedestrian, as Tom said. And I think the second half highlighted how deficient Winks is in midfield. But Nelson, it looked assured. He stepped out when he needed to step out to stub out the danger. His passing is brilliant, and he's just positioning knows where to be. So as Tom said, it's Tom raised from his friends at Oxford, and he does look absolute quality.
Yeah. He does. Look, we said at half time, Tom, that there's a very thin line between. I quoted Ray Wilkins, great captain for England, for Chelsea, but he was known for passing the ball sideways. He was never going to start an attack, but what he made sure was that we never lost the ball. Was that not kind of maybe what Winks was doing?
Yeah, that's very true, Chris. And I think there's a time and a place for it, isn't there? And that's part of game management and part of what you're trying to build in an ideal of a football club, right? And I think the interesting thing is that we are unbalanced. That's the problem. We've been doing far too much of it, because if we weren't doing as much of it last season, perhaps we might have scored 1 or 2 more goals, not had 10 games in a row, whether it was, where we didn't score an entire goal at home. It was, these things were down to being overly defensive minded for me. So it was very much a nice thing today to see the leash off with these younger players being able to go and do that. The only downside I would say today is that we're not really in a position where we know exactly who the next manager is going to be and if this is really going to translate to the next game, because they might have a new idea. But when I would look at today, I would go, I think we've definitely identified some main problems we've got to remove on from the football club, and other things we've got to carry on pushing in the football club. But the reality is there's another manager going to come in tomorrow, because we've been a little bit lackluster in getting ourselves together, and then this might be torn up. So that's a big concern for me, because that's the sort of way we've been going from Cooper to Van Nistelrooy and Enzo, and changing manager styles as well. So that's the downside, but hopefully we can still build from this, and whoever comes in can utilise this information, mate, to make us a better football club, which is all what we want.
Reece, do you see a future for Winks and Skip? I mean, I wanted to see them together. I don't think. I mean, just remembering that this was the first time, the first back, if you like, today. Were they that bad?
I'm going to defend them a little bit. I thought, especially Skip, Winks, and Ricky P, I thought they linked up really well. I do think it was a bit slow at times, but I think players like Winks, like you just said, they don't move the ball quick. They don't look for the thread pass. But you need a player like that to keep assured in front of into the back four, that's not going to lose the ball and going to keep it very simple and tidy. A lot of good teams have those sort of players. So I could see the positives in keeping him, but I can also see where you guys are coming from. I like the look of. I thought Wanyu was very direct, and that's what I want to see from the wingers taking on the fullback. I thought. Is it Louis Page? Is it the one that scored the 2 goals? Is it Louis? Yeah, I thought he was excellent. I thought he was excellent when he came on the pitch. I think he's one to watch. I thought Aluko, looked quite assured for a young man in the back four.
We're going to stick with the first half if we can, and the players from the first half. Clipbo, can I just ask you to have a look at the private chat for me for a second, please, if that's okay. While he's just doing that, let me come to Wayne. I want to look at those players. Like I say, I thought. Mavadidi. I thought Skip and Winks did all right. You impressed with them or not?
No, not really, Chris. I think you got to put in context. We are playing Peterborough. I know that, as Clibbo said, they've had a week rolling already ahead of us in the fitness game. But no, I just think the sideways passing and sideways movement to the ball. Sometimes you keep the ball in the pass, you pass the ball around in triangles. But I think the more you do that, the more the other team gets set. And when we're playing the Championship, we're not going to be playing against Premier teams that are coming out attacking and leaving a load of gaps. We're going to be playing against 2 banks of 4 or even more. So we've got to move the ball forward quicker. And also in the Championship, most of these lads would basically end up being on loan at least League One or the Championship. So let them do it in the Championship, and all the young lads. One thing I'm surprised with the young lads, they are physical guys as well. They don't get knocked off the ball easily, which you think, okay, so why wouldn't you go for young people? It's because they lack experience, they lack the physicality to play 90 minutes against proper inverted commas men, and they let their heads go down quite quickly. Or they're not physical enough. All of those things the young lads are. I'm absolutely. I know we've had the Seagrave, they're coming through, but to actually see them in the flesh playing a game, it is very exciting.
Do you think, though, Clibbo, that we've got we can't let all the senior players go, and there's players that you said in the second half that we never want to see in a Leicester shirt again, but we have to keep certain experienced players here. And when you look at the options we've got, and we will come on to Samari when we talk about the second half, I'd sooner have Winks and Skip than Samari. And indeed, he's probably going to go.
I've always said, particularly in the sort of EFL, I've spoke at length to Reece about this, or we've discussed it. You've got to have a mix of experience, and I think, obviously you want to stick to the first half, but I think in the second half, JJ pretty much proved that point. You've got to, and it's difficult to say which ones you would want to stay, but I would say on that performance, I'd say you'd want JJ, you'd probably want Ricky P. I think they're 2 very, very good older players, I would say. How old's JJ? He's not that old, but he's in terms of leadership.
In terms of the rest of the squad, yes, yeah. But Tom, can you see where I'm coming from with the midfield?
What about Winks and Skip? I think it's one or the other. I don't think you play both. I think playing both has been part of the problem for a long time. That's why Ruud van Nistelrooy didn't actually do it, and that's why Sumari ended up in the position.
But what I'm saying is, if we're going to if indeed he's going to go, which 9 million probably will, Sumari, let's be honest with you, should go. Like you said before, that he should be in that Skip, not play Skip. Sumari should be in the Skip. So look, keeping Winks and Winks and Skip as the option to play with a youngster is I'm thinking, because we've got to get the youngsters in. That's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, I think that definitely can work, Chris. I think we've now seen for a track record now, you can't really play them together because they don't really seem to take a different position. They seem to do a similar thing, and actually it ends up costing us. Like I say, the 2 goals we got came from central midfield when they disappeared, which kind of sums up what I was saying in the first half, wasn't it? So yeah, I think you're right there. We need to look at someone alongside them, someone like a Tillemans, who obviously would bring the ball forward and do something more positive facing. Not obviously to the quality of a Yuri Tillemans, but Louis Page turned up today and actually provided that energy, at least, which has definitely been lacking from our engine room. Last year, our engine room was a big problem for us.
Reece, I want to look at now some of the youngsters. We mentioned Evans earlier. Your thoughts on Evans, though? Did he have a good game? I thought he wasn't overly involved, but maybe I was kind of, having trouble sometimes with my internet connection.
No, you got to remember, he's only 16, 17 years old. He's still learning a lot in the game. I thought his link-up play was really good. I thought, like Uncle Clibbo said, he kept it simple when he needed to. I do think, though, a number 9 is needed in that position. I don't think he's ready to take the full reins of next season. But no, coming off the bench next season, I do think he could be a handful. But, he's very quick. He's very energetic. And I do think he'll pop up with a goal here and there. But again, it's only pre-season. They're still getting fit. They're still getting the feel for the ball again. But I like what I've seen from him.
Yeah, you can't read, like we said, we can't read an awful lot into these. But Clibbo, Golding, I thought he had a really good game.
Yeah, very solid. I was trying to keep my eye on him, and in fact, because there were so many new players in the turnover and only having numbers on the back, I was struggling to sort of, that was a struggle. I was trying to write things down, like moments that were happening with certain players, but it was passing me by my eyes, I think.
Yeah,
but I thought he was solid. I think he will be very much part of that squad next season. A very useful player. You can tell that he's been brought up in the right way. He plays football the right way. I don't think he did anything outstanding, but then again, that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for, solid, understanding where other players are on the pitch, instinctively. Yeah, I think he's going to be a very tidy player for us next season.
Yeah, I was really, really impressed with him. The other player I was impressed with, Wayne, in that first half was Marcel.
Yeah, really quick feet. Like I said, when Golding decided to go, because he's a quality player, he goes fast. And Marcel, he's very quick-footed. You imagine like being a defender up against him, you'd have a nightmare. Which is great because you got all of a sudden we've got loads of exciting players that can break through lines, and are used to breaking through lines. They're used to playing quick, and it's a shame that one or two of these young lads didn't get the chance when Rude had nothing to lose. But the good thing is with King Air, he loves the young kids. He's worked with them, and he wants to give them a chance. And the timing of everything happening for this season is quite staggering, really. But it's making for a very exciting season coming up, hopefully.
Yeah, I mentioned at half time, Tom. Mavadidi still frustrates me. He'll get on the ball, and Reece is smiling there. He gets on the ball and he'll go past two or three players very, very easily, but then he's got to go past that fourth or fifth player, and he ends up losing the bloody ball. Instead of passing it, we are playing. There's 11 players on that pitch, not a goalkeeper and Mavadidi. But what I liked about it, and I've got to say, you were saying about give Kingy the job. I'm starting to sort of convince myself maybe that's an option. I know I'm not going all the way, Reece, don't worry, but I am sort of going over it in my mind. But he had Golding and Mavadidi swapping places.
He did, yeah. I mean, the Mavadidi thing's interesting for me, Chris, because it suggests to me he doesn't have a lot of trust in the people around him if he's trying to take on everyone all the time, which goes back to what we were talking about previously. And then you compare that to the second half with Munger and people like that, and there was a lot more trust between them because obviously they played the system, they knew each other well. Yeah, they made mistakes, right? But then there was the option, they were immediately in the attitude of, we'll just make it better, which they did, which the first team didn't seem to have right now, So, yeah, I think it's interesting with Mavadidi in that regard because I think his heart's in the right place and he's trying to do the right thing and he's trying to take accountability. So I'll back him for that, even if sometimes he is a bit sloppy, definitely. But it's something to me to look at as to why we're not getting that connection right between him and that little bit of extra intelligence with the last pass, perhaps, like you say, the last touch, the last man he takes on, and work out why that's happening and who to put next to him.
I mean, Reece, it's almost like, with Mavadidi, you actually need somebody, I don't know where, let me have a wild guess here, but maybe somebody who in learning the trade actually spent a bit of time watching videos back and making notes and being able to talk to the players. I think Tom's got it here. Who's done that? Is that Danny Roll that's had that job in the past? But I mean, that's what you need. Somebody like that watches the games afterwards, and he's done it. He did it twice for both the youth and the senior squad when he was at Dortmund or Munich, wherever he was. But if you've got someone in that position that can go to him and say, look, when you've got past two or three players, all right, you might not trust them, as Tom said, but then pass the ball, look at what you're doing, and actually just show him the clips of what he's doing, and he's taking that one tackle too many.
Yeah, he's at that age now where he should be making those right decisions. How is he? 26, 27, something like that.
Yeah.
He should be making the right decisions. You know, he's still playing as a youngster, like he's 19, 20 years old, and it's not a good sign for me personally. I do think he's a little bit greedy on the ball. You know, he is a bit of a maverick. You know, he is one of those like maverick sort of players that does what he wants. But he has got a lot of qualities. You know, I think he's our most skillful winger in terms of like, you know, how quick he is with the ball and stuff like that. But he really needs to work on that. That's what let him down in the first championship season. He could have got a lot more goals than he did if he'd have made that right decision initially.
But Clebo, I'm listening to myself here, and I'm suddenly thinking, like, how many times have I criticised managers for not letting skillful players express themselves? You know, did we, you know, with Gaza, with Hoddle and all whatever, did they have that sort of, you know, skill almost drilled out of them, if you like? Do we have to give them a bit of freedom and say, look, the one time it comes off in the match, you might get a worldie?
Well, my opinion is, and again, this is something I've spoke about at length with Reece, because obviously I'm older than him, and I've seen players like, you know, Zico, Van Basten, all these sort of players. And I think the main difference between then and now is not necessarily that they were more skillful players. I just think that systems stifle that kind of player. And I think that's all it is.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I could say I just found myself thinking there. I don't like what I'm saying here, but he does lose the ball a lot. Wayne, I want to go across the back four with you in that first half. Ricardo, Akoli, Nelson, and Thomas. And look, it is only Peterborough. No disrespect to Peterborough, it is only Peterborough, but that looked a good back four. That looked a good defensive line.
It really did, and I think Nelson is the key to our future defensively. Teddy Marshall's and he's just in the right position, no matter where the defence is in the right position. And you know, I wonder whether White Faz is watching Ben Nelson for his intelligence, what you need to be thinking about the line.
To be honest with you, White Faz is probably sat somewhere. Yeah, White Faz is probably sat somewhere looking at himself in the mirror.
Yeah, I actually made a note that Nelson knows when to come out and squash an attack early on, but he's doing it intelligently. Like Faz did it, and he did it, yeah, definitely. But he did it with loose cannon. You know, he went off and left the defence. There wasn't any structure there. So I think it's really encouraging, and you can get used to just carrying on doing the same old thing, which is kind of what Rude did really when he took over.
Have I frozen, or is Wayne frozen?
Am I frozen?
No,
I'm here now. I think it might have been me. Like I say, my internet is shit today.
Yeah, so definitely, Chris, I'd say, you know, the defence is good. Sometimes change is forced upon you, and actually afterwards you think, oh my God, I thought it was going to be a nightmare, but it's brilliant.
I want to stick with you, Wayne, while we're talking about the defence. I want to go to a different point with Tom in a second. Akoli been linked with a move away back to Italy. Koulibaly, I mean, he was playing for Mali, so maybe that's why he's not been in, you know, the lineup. But Akoli looked good again, didn't he? I was impressed with him.
Looked very good. And it's like Koulibaly when he came and then he didn't get played. Akoli, Spasm, you know, they kept going to the old guard and not trusting the younger kids, and that was my frustration.
Yeah,
when they were capable enough. So yeah, brilliant. And we've got all through the pitch, we've got riches of players. And when you talked about systems, Chris, I did think about Matt Letitia. How would Matt Letitia?
Oh yeah,
skillful. Hardly played for England, not enough, but he got the gift and he could score fantastic goals. So yeah, sometimes systems, like Clibo said, are okay, but they're overrated sometimes.
Dorco says there, we don't want 11 robots on the pitch. No, you're quite right, Dorco. That's why I said, that's why I had to counteract when I was saying that. And I was thinking like, yeah, I don't like what I'm saying here. Tom, the thing that impressed me again about this lot in the first half was they were closing down well.
Yes, they were, mate. The high press was where we were creating any sort of chances out of that game, wasn't it? As soon as Peterborough tried to play out from the back and they had the goal kick or whatever, and we were on them like a rash, we put them under pressure and they made mistakes. And bearing in mind it looks challenging for us at times to break down teams that have banks of four, perhaps that's going to be very crucial to us going forward and needs to be a part of the game that we're going to be doing next season. So, yeah, a lot of this is going to be what the new manager is going to bring in tactically as well, and what the new vision is. But it'll probably be quite daft now, looking at the encouragement from today, if the board made an appointment that was completely left field now, which they have done before with Enzo, because Enzo was a very different style, but it was what Top wanted, and then Cooper was completely different to that again. I mean, that stability of thought process in the running of the club is still the major concern, not to keep going back to it, but the reason I keep bringing it up is because that is the thing that I fear the most now, rather than anything else we've seen today, because I think there is a good foundation for us to move on with. So hopefully, mate, like you say, we need to utilise the high press at the right times. We need to be organised, and we need to have a manager who's going to do that.
Yeah, don't know if anybody listens to Talk Sport, but there's a guy on there, Don Goodman, I think he is one of the presenters, and in the last week, yeah, exactly.
I know what you're going to say.
He's recommended Chris Wilder, and now he's been recommending Steven Gerrard. If somebody sort of knows him, please go and knock him out. But Luke, what am I saying? Sorry, Reece. Could have been all different. 44 minutes in, they played a through ball. I mean, their striker, to be honest with you, was on that ball, and he was through. And our defence at that point was the only time I'd say they looked bad in that first half. It was late coming out. It was offside, but they just kind of turned off, it seemed, for that minute.
Yeah, they did. I did see that. I thought, they've scored it, but no, the offside flag did come up. But no, I agree, Chris. You need to be concentrated for 90 minutes during a game. You can't have those moments, especially in leagues like the Premier League and the Championship. You will get punished for it.
Yeah.
So I completely agree. It's not much. I mean, Chris Wilder and Steven Gerrard. Has someone got a gun that they can shoot me with right now? Oh my God! If I remember his quotes correctly, if you want to get back up at the Championship, first time of asking, Chris Wilder's your man. Well, he's just failed with Sheffield United, so that's not factual, is it? So, Jesus Christ, these pundits are doing my head in.
No, well, I kind of allowed him that one, but when he's just come out with this Steven Gerrard one, I mean, all I want him now to do next week is recommend Gary O'Neill, and I'll have the hat trick. And
I'd prefer him over them pair. I would prefer him over them pair.
No, I don't want any of them. I have said publicly that if Gary O'Neill is appointed, I'm off to support Nottingham Forest.
How's my Andy King suggestion looking now, Chris, with those names mentioned?
A hell of a lot better, mate. A hell of a lot better. Clibo, second half, 11 changes. Let me just get the team up for the second half, because I can't remember. I have to say, Matt, when I was trying to follow the game, I had no idea who half of those players were, if I'm honest with you. Like you say, I did say to somebody, add the numbers up on the back of the shirt and see what it gets to. But look, I mean, as good as the first half was, the second half, somebody said there, the youth showed no fear. And it was almost like, you've got players in the second half, apart from probably Monga and obviously, the regulars, that hadn't really had that much of a, chance in the first team. But I thought that second half, again, well, let me put what I've put down here. My first point, I've forgotten this, but no, I don't want Andy King. And I'll tell you why I don't want Andy King, because he put fucking James Justin on the right again. What the fuck is it with these managers? I mean, I'm sorry. He can play right, I grant you. And in fairness, today he looked okay in that position. But again, we're talking Peterborough. But his main part is a left-sided defender. He's a left winger. That was when he got in playing for England. But what is it with these players, Climo? Tell me, I'm going mad or something. But he wasn't on the right again.
I agree with you totally. I've always said if we're going to play him this season, play him on the left. I suppose they're trying to bring Thomas through, but who knows? Who knows? But I mean, he's a good op for the Championship. I think we can get away with it. But in terms of where I'd place him, it would be the left-hand side. I thought he showed quite a decent turn of pace today, actually. I remember there was one point where he was having to run back, and I thought, oh, he's getting exposed again the same way as he was under Cooper. But he ran back, and he was just like fast forward. And I thought that was a really encouraging sign. But yeah, I agree with you. In terms of the youth, I think if you're going to be an elite player or elite at anything as a young person, you've got to have an opportunity and take your opportunity. And I think today there were a fair few players that took their opportunity and will stake their claim in that squad next season. Now, I've always said, you know, we can sell a few players this season. I still think we will have one of the best teams in the league, but I was uncertain about the squad depth, long season, cups, all the rest of it. But actually, I'm quite encouraged by what I think will pad the squad out next season, which will be predominantly youth players. I was really reasonably encouraged by that. Some power and pace, and that was quite exciting.
Yes, totally. Okay, then Wayne. Yeah, I get the Thomas on the left, and you know, in fairness, you know, as Brad would say, Redemption United on his own there. From where he was to, you know, everybody hated him. He was, you know, everyone wanted to pick on him. He was the new Chilwell, and I think he's, you know, ended up one of our better players. Christensen, and I've got to say, let me just say this. Sorry, in fairness, I've got to say, James Justin in this match had a good game on the right, but we have to take into account the opposition and what it was and what have you. I don't know. Well, I'll come to you in a second, Tom, and see if you agree with that. But what about Christensen on the left in the second half?
Yeah, played okay, Chris. I mean, interesting when the commentator said about Aluko, said he's playing on the right side of a three, but normally Aluko, they said, plays on the left side of a three. So that was quite strange. So there is possibility there to swap around. Yeah, Christensen, I think he played okay, but I thought Aluko looked absolutely brilliant. Same as Nelson, positionally aware, quick, strong in the tackle, can drive forward. Brilliant. Brilliant. Yeah, Christensen, good game. But if we can get some money for him, that's the thing, Chris. If we can get some money for these players, let's get him gone.
Yeah, and I don't think he's consistent. That's the trouble with him. Tom, were you disagreeing with me with James Justin? Or were you just surprised that I actually gave him some praise?
That was exactly it, Chris. I will just quickly interject one small thing here, though, and that's we were terrible. We were terrible last season, and I agree. I think JJ's better on the left, but we mustn't discount the fact he was one of our top goal scorers last season, and he did drive forward and contribute. Because without them, we would have probably scored less goals. I know he's meant to be a defender, but the reality is we were terrible last year. We could barely find the back of the net. So.
I'm going to come back at you. I'm sorry. No, I'm not letting you get away with that, Tom. I'm not letting you get away with that.
Look at the stats.
One of our top goal scorers, I mean,
he was.
Top goal scorer only got 9.
Yeah.
So
Chris, we needed his 5, whatever it was. We needed like 4 or 5.
Got 4.
Yeah. Got 4 goals.
And he assisted.
Andy was playing, and he had to defend and play at the wing at the same time. He basically had to play 2 positions.
Is this the pick on Chris moment here? I'm sorry, I'm not having a player who scored 4 goals being classed as one of our top goal scorers.
Well, I know, but then if you look at the context of the season, he was contributing to more goals than a lot of other people. He contributed to more than Blooming Winks did, mate. And look at Page when he came on today.
Yeah. No, fair point. Reese, I'll get more sense out of you, I know. No, says Clivo. Second half, Peterborough United started well, and I was a little bit worried. I thought, here we go, it's typical Leicester. We never start the second half very well. But sort of 60 minutes onwards, we kind of dominated the half, didn't we?
We did. I thought the young lads showed a level of maturity to steady the ship. I have to say, for a young group of lads, I thought they handled the situation pretty well. And then the shackles come off, and then you just kept going forward. And like one of you just said, they look fearless, and that's what I want to see in these players. It doesn't matter who you're playing against. Like, it could be the best back four in the world. They're fearless, and they want to attack. They want to test themselves. They want to get a name for themselves. They want to build their stock up. So yeah, I was really pleased with that second half. And
is that me or again, is somebody else frozen? Clibo's moving.
No, I'm still here, I think.
Oh no, you're back. Sorry, we missed that, Reese.
No, I think it's you, Chris, every time, I'm afraid, mate. We keep getting it. No, you seem to stop for a second, mate. Yeah.
But I do. I normally it comes up and warns me if I'm stopping. It isn't doing. But no, I do apologise. Sorry, Reese, can you just say that last bit again? Sorry, mate.
No, I was just saying, like, doesn't matter if they've got the best back four in the world. They want to attack, and they want to make a name for themselves, build their stock up and stuff. And I can't remember what I was going to say now. It's completely threw me off. That has.
Sorry, mate. Sorry.
It's all right, mate. It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah. Clibo, let's go. Look, first goal, 1-0 up after 62 minutes. And I'm going to say Christensen was involved in that. Got the ball out to, yes, I am going to mention his name and give him praise, Wayne. Monga. Alves was involved, and Page. Up until that point, that was the best move of the match. And it was pleasure to see it. And a Leicester player that wanted to players that wanted to get forward, actually got into the box, actually held on to the ball and actually scored.
It was proper training ground, smooth as silk movement. And it was almost the minute he got the ball, you could and sort of drifted in, and you could see it was too good. And I almost expected the goal, actually. That feeling where you just know that it's going to happen. Now, for me, with Monga, I think definitely we've got to play it very cool with him next season and not have people go, he needs to be playing every game. He's still, his bones are still growing. His fast twitch fibers are still growing. I don't think it's healthy for a man of a young boy of 16 to be playing 46 games. I know he won't, but I think we use him wisely, and that boy is going to be some player. I mean, he's a boy. Look at him. He looks like a fully grown man on that pitch.
Well, they said last week in the commentary, he played again. The next morning, had his GCSE. Wayne, look, I'm going to come back to you. Look, I can't let that comment go, which is what I was pointing at you, Wayne, because you'd want to see him as much as you could, wouldn't you?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, me and brother went down to the Newcastle match, and when he came on 15 minutes, you could just see he just doesn't get knocked off the ball. So he's very physical. He guards the ball very well. He does it twitch, and then double twitch, and then goes. He just plays with the people in front of him, and he does play the simple ball, which is something that Will Alves, I think, is a brilliantly technical player, but sometimes he doesn't play it simple enough. But Monga, he's just physical, keeps the ball, and people are genuinely scared of him. I think that what's encouraging is that at one stage we were desperate for any glimmer of light, and Monga was, oh my God, Monga's brilliant. But a lot of the young kids, you're thinking that there are a lot of brilliant kids there. And I think the second half, I do think the team was better balanced. So I thought the press was more organised. I think the ball was played from defence to midfield through. It looked a better connected side the second half. And interestingly, that's probably the side that Kingy had a lot to do with. And you can tell, like as Clippo said, the training ground stuff, and they did look better, really well organised as a team. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, no, they did. I mean, I was surprised because I thought in the second half, especially when we came out of Peterborough, who also changed the whole team, I believe, or certainly most of them, and they started stronger. I thought, well, hang on, this is like, I don't say second string, but that was the word, the phrase I used. But no, it was a great half. Tom, goalkeepers union. Bowser,
yep,
was it in goal? Didn't have much to do. up to this point. But a sign of a good goalkeeper is when you've got nothing to do, but you stay alert. And it was a pretty decent save that he made, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the one he saved when he parried it across and he parried it into space, I thought was a very intelligent save for a young man, definitely. And he's not the tallest goalkeeper I've ever seen, is he? But nowadays, that's not as much of a challenge if your positioning is good and your intelligence is good. And he had quite a lot of that. And he was very aware when they dinked in that ball as well, which could have dropped under the bar and just tapped it over like there was no problem in the world. And yeah, there was a mistake for the goal at the back there, but you know, it is what it is. He's young, and the positive attitude of everyone else around him, you know, it's amazing because there wasn't even people in the official chat on there really going in on a mistake like that, which showed you the difference in what the fans were seeing and just the positive approach. Because I think sometimes people think we're being quite negative or overly this or overly that, but it's not about, in some ways, the winning. It's about the principle of what we've been seeing. That's been the problem. And I think we better principle with players like that today. And yeah, I think he had a very good showing here. Is he ready to be our second choice goalkeeper this season? Probably not. He probably needs to be playing first team, you know, in the under 21s or the B team, whatever they call it nowadays, and getting regular minutes. But I think it was definitely a good showcase for him, mate, to show there's something there.
Indeed. I want to mention, because I just written it down next here, Reese, Aluka. That boy can move.
I thought he was excellent. I really do. I think he's going to be, when he's a little bit older, I think he's going to be a really key player for us. I think he's got all the attributes to be a top centre. He reminds me of Fofana in a way. Quick, powerful, will run forward the ball, and he's good with his feet. I really, really like him. Just touching on what a couple of lads have said about, especially Uncle Clibber, about, you know, we've got to be careful. My saying is, if you're good enough, you're old enough. It's as simple as that. That's the way I kind of see it. I think Lamine Yamal will have something to say about that. Winning the Euros at 16, age doesn't matter to me. If you're good enough, you're old enough.
That wasn't my point, Reese.
I know it wasn't your point. I'm just saying.
Well, you brought my name up, didn't you? And you used me as an example when you said that comment. My point is that if you want the best out of that player, you have to protect him. It's not about the fact that he's an amazing player. If you want him to continue to be an amazing player, you have to protect him. He's still growing. His fibers are still growing. His bones are still growing. You can't, you know what I mean? If you've got a Yorkshire Terrier with little legs and you overwalk it, they end up with long legs and disabilities. I know that's a weird analogy, but it's kind of true.
Do you want to come back to that, Reese?
No, I mean, it's, you know, it's just opinions at the end of the day. I mean, I just like the look of him. No opinions, right or wrong, Uncle Clibbo. But no, I get what he's saying. I get what he's saying, but I think it's just that we've not had a player like this for a long time that gets us off our seats. So that's, you know, the last one we had was probably Riyad Mahrez, and we ain't had a player like that in a while. And Monga gets me off my seat with the way he skins people. So it's probably the feeling of, I want to see more of it. I want to see more. So probably let my emotions get the better of me there. But you can understand my point.
All I'm going to say is I will play this just for you, Reese.
Your opinion is wrong.
And that was from you, Uncle, by the way. That wasn't from me. It's a very thin line between. I can see both sides. You know, you want to see the youngsters, you want to see that, and it is a 46 game plus season, and you've got your cup games. They're not going to be playing every single game. You know, they can't. You know, even I mean, you know, Jamie Vardy somehow didn't do too bad, but you know, most players can't play 2 games a week and what have you. So he's gonna have to be eased in. So I get what Clibbo's saying. Wayne, you either want to go to the toilet or you want to say something. I think you want to say something. So
between both the guys there, you have got freaks of nature like sort of Wayne Rooney, who played really young. I don't know how old Robbie Fowler was when he started, but I know that's like more fox in the box. But like Rooney was very physical guy, wasn't he? But at a very young age, and I do think
there's a thin line between physical and fat. Let's be honest.
Well, yeah, but That's a good point, Chris. You're being personal now. I don't think you can see the belly.
Hey, I'm fatter than two of him, so I'm saying nothing. You know,
we might have no choice. We might have no choice but to play them because we might have a transfer embargo. We might have no choice but to bring them all through with the transfer embargo. So you might have a choice but not to play them.
Tom, your thoughts?
Well, I think it's a bit of both, isn't it? I think you need to manage his minutes. I think because the problem is if he does get a major injury at this age, you could ruin his career. That's very true. That is a very true statement. But I do also see the other side of it in that there's a lot of young players nowadays who have just got this ability, it seems to be, at that level. And we've named a lot of them. Messi would have been one of them when he was younger as well. He could do things like this. And the thing about Monga that's interesting about him for me is that he's got that quality, which is rare to find in footballers, where it's almost like he can be untouchable at times. Even when someone's close to him, people aren't really close to him. Do you know what I mean? It's almost like he's still around them. He's still gone. He made a great pass earlier, which the other players kind of didn't really clock until it was too late, where he used his left foot and just sort of pinged it. And there was no pass on and it was just gone. You know, and that's the thing about it, is that there is ways around it, but it's definitely a balance of the two arguments, not to sit on the fence and sag it too much, Chris, but I would definitely manage his minutes, I would think, and just bring him in bit by bit like we were last season off the bench in particular, perhaps.
Again, I think I've frozen.
Yeah, you're back now, Chris. You're fine, mate. We saw you freeze. You carry on, mate. I finished.
The only one that's working for me at the moment is Clibo. Everybody else has frozen.
You on Tesco Wi-Fi, Chris?
Is it me, Clibo?
Well, I've just moved out, so I haven't actually got Wi-Fi, so I'm running off my hotspot, and I'm the only one that's working apparently.
yeah, you are. You are. I'm sure Tom was saying something really, really interesting then. But no.
Completely agree. I agree with what he says.
You know, yeah, it is a thin line. It is a thin line. But look, moving on. Is it Wayne coming to now? They hit the post, crossbar. Well, I couldn't really see which it was. Damari lost the ball again. He really.
Sorry. I don't like you slagging off Damari, Chris, before we start.
No, I've got nothing good to say about him. I would put him in the same bracket as FaZe. I mean, I always say without FaZe that he is taking up somebody else's oxygen. Yeah. And that is true. Sumari fits into that, and Brad's not here to defend him. But no, I mean, what did he do anything impressive in that game?
Do you know what? He did what he did in the Championship, in the Premier. He just trundles around in a general 50% effort mode. You know, that some people, because he was, look, Daka was touted as a potentially world class. Sumari, all the stats were Sumari was going to be the same. He hasn't developed that way. And that ball, to give that ball away, it just shows a lot of fans, like Kay, when she was reporting the match, she said, "Oh my God, Sumari, you can see his cogs whirring in his brain, and he doesn't realise he needs to pass the ball half a second ago. He just thinks so much slower, and he's been used to such a slower league, and he's just not switched on and clicked to the speed even of the Championship. It is woeful, to be honest. And on the money is on, you could get 3 really good players for that same money. And I do agree with all the contracts handing out, get rid of all these high earners, get rid of them all. Because when we went in the Championship, they actually thought, because we went up as champions, they actually got delusions and grandeur and thought they were all better than they actually were. Yeah. Not in the Premier League. There you go. That's really how good you are.
Yeah. I'm going to come to you, Tom, because I saw you had your finger up. I just want to take up one point with Wayne, that you can imagine for any length of time that Sumari's got a footballing brain. You know, I mean, exactly. I wouldn't argue, but his claim to fame is the fact that he's the world's first surviving brain donor. Anyway,
it was just a quick one, Chris. I was just going to quickly say, I know how I'd fix Sumari if I was training him, and I'd chase him around the training ground with a cattle prod to get him bloody moving. And honestly, it sounds so dark, but like at Sevilla, he was playing European football and he was looking half decent. That's because he was actually blooming driving forward. And every time he's driven forward, have been an absolute locomotive of a footballer. He's been rated. For some reason there, he can't be bothered. So chase him around the training bench with a cattle prod and get him working. For goodness sake.
Okay, let me ask you this then, Tom. Is it that he can't be bothered, or has that been trained out of him by our managers that don't go for? I mean, like I say, we've suddenly discovered that there's a second. There's another half past that halfway line.
Yeah, it's a very good point, that, Chris, because we were so negative at points last year. And like we said in the first half with Winks and Skip, perhaps they're too similar, right? And then Page comes on a slight change in system. He goes forward, we get a goal, right? So, yeah, perhaps a lot of it is the coaching, or maybe his head's dropped. But it's still a problem to me when you can see if that's the reason we signed a player like that, because that's what he was good at, and we're not utilising for that. Isn't that a massive departure and a massive problem in the management?
Yeah. Oh, I think we know that. Reese, I've got here. My next comment is we got a bit sloppy, and then my comment after that is it was 1-1. Talk us through the goal.
Which goal? Which one was it?
The Peterborough goal, the equaliser.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I didn't think it was good from the centre half to the goalkeeper. I know they're young lads, but Luco put the goalkeeper in a very poor situation. It was a poor kick from the goalkeeper. He'll learn from it. Like I say, he's a young lad, and it is pre-season. Get them all out now while you can. But they need to learn quickly. You can't keep fannying about with it at the back. And it was a poor clearance from the keeper. But again, it's inexperience, and they'll learn from it, hopefully.
Yeah, somebody said in the chat, Reece, when we were talking about when it happened, that you learn from your mistakes. If you don't make mistakes, you don't necessarily learn. And, I mean, had that been, and it could easily have been Valface, Cody, and Mads Manson, we've seen it happen this season, then, you'd be a bit more mad, and you kind of, and I guess the fact that we ended up winning the game takes the edge off it as well. But they'll learn from it. Clibo, talk about reacting. I mean, when we conceded a goal last season, heads went down, even if we were 1-0 up and they'd equalised like today. But my God, 4 minutes later, and we get a second.
Yeah, I thought it was evident that, particularly in the second half, because the lads had played together, they had this bond and confidence. Now, when the keeper, made that slip up with the goal, they were quite happy to still pass back to him. And I always felt after we'd let a goal in that we were going to go and score another one. The lads their heads didn't drop, and you saw it immediately. It's the first thing that I picked up on. Now, if you can look at last season, for instance, there was none of that cohesion with the players. It was almost as if it was kind of an amalgamated team of players from counties leagues that had just got together on a Saturday. Whereas this lot, you can see that they've grown. Perhaps this is where the Seagrave project starts to bear fruit. But if it is, I think, when you watch that game today, they were all for one for all, particularly the second half. And I think that's something that the new manager, if he was watching today, will definitely have positives on. I also believe that Andy King is probably reporting back to said new coach, because I think it's a done deal. And I think he may be relaying certain things to him. Don't want to sound like a conspiracist, but I'm pretty certain that Roll is going to be in charge, and that style of play and that youth is what we're going to have.
I thought when you were talking there that you knew Gary O'Neill was coming in.
Oh no, I'm supporting Forest with you if that happens.
Yeah. I've got to say, and probably Tom will fall off his chair again here, Wayne. That second goal for Page, JJ, I mean, he didn't give up. He tackled, he won the ball, he got the cross in. That was his goal in the making, wasn't it, really?
Yeah, I'm really happy for JJ. I know he's got a lot of slagging off last year, but I think he was given an impossible task under Cooper, too much workload, not on his favoured side. We were all excited when he played for England, and then he got his horrific injury. And I do think Enzo, I get why Enzo plays that way, but sometimes systematic football like Grealish, it does spoil players. JJ is a brilliant attack-minded player, and he can score goals, as we saw last season. So I hope he has a decent manager that allows him to express himself a bit more, because all these lads, definitely, as Clippo said, they look more organised, more hungry, and better technically, and just a better team than our team that was playing in the Premier last season. Then you got to say, if which I hope Roll is coming, he must look at that game and think, "Oh yes, please."
He'll be licking his lips.
Please. Yeah.
I'm going to say, if ever you want to put on a performance for a new manager, I mean, what did Rude have to watch? 4-1 stuffing by Brentford in probably our worst game, or one of them of the season, and that's saying something. If Roll is watching that, or Sean Dyche, and I'm just, I'm just having to sort of, see both sides. I can't, it's like politicians, you can't praise the Labour Party without praising the Conservatives, unless you're the BBC, of course. But Tom, oh, did I say that out loud?
Tom, it's a good other politics route, but you're a brave man today, right?
But Alves, I want to talk about Alves. This was all we're going on about last season. Alves is this. Alves, we want to see Alves. Why isn't Alves playing? Oh, we've let him out on loan. Why do we leave? Should be playing him. Should be given the chance. I saw a couple of good moves. He held on to the ball. He turned with it, threw his marker off. At one point, he did it. It's like me saying about Mavididi earlier. He did it twice within one move. He did impress me with that. Your thoughts on Alves?
Yeah, I think very similar to Marcel in the first half, ironically. I think both of them have got very good footwork. They've both got very good, ability with the ball at their feet. I think both of them need to work on their finishing. I think Cardiff really struggled last year when they needed someone to find a goal and end up getting relegated. But obviously you can't rely on someone like Will Alves, a youngster who's on loan from Leicester, to do that for you. But if that's the only thing I would say to them, I think both of them have got a lot of good positioning, a lot of good technical ability. And Alves in particular, obviously, is a very good prospect of that. And also he's versatile, Chris, which is really helpful, especially, where we are right now, needing, players to pad the team out if we're going to have to move some on and bring our wage budget down. So yeah, hopefully, mate, he'll continue to push on from here. We'll just see a little bit better finishing is the only thing I'll say about him today, but I'll give him a solid 7 or 8 out of 10. I think he was fine.
Yeah. So 2-1, 81 minutes on the clock. Got up to 86. I just thought, oh, hang on here, we're playing out for the final whistle, Reese. And then I'm looking down, and Stilco Thomas pops up. A left foot tapping again. What a tapping! I am being sarcastic there. I mean, what a goal! You would expect somebody with a lot more years maturity and experience in the game to do that. Let's be honest with you. You're playing a side here that is the professional side. It's not like he's playing under 21s. Again, what a goal!
Yeah, it was fantastic. The thing that I like about that goal is they didn't sit on the 2-1. They went for another one, kill the game completely. Whether it's a friendly or a league match, they went to kill the game, and they did. And that's what, again, showing a fearless side. I mean, that was a fantastic finish. No keeper in the world to save that. It's right in the top bins. I think he could be. I think he could be a bit of an asset for us this season. Uncle Clibbo spoke very highly of him, and this is the first time I've seen him play, and I thought, very, very skillful. Is he a striker? Is he naturally a striker?
Not sure.
He's a forward. He's
played on the wing, hasn't he? He has played on the wing as well, I think.
Right. Well, if we can convert him
across the front three, really.
Right. Well, if we can convert him into a striker, because potentially we might have to use him as a striker because of, the financial side of things with the club. So yeah, really, really, really love to see what he produced there. Really nice.
This was something, Clibbo, that the commentator said, is that if we went forward and we lost the ball, or the ball ended up with their goalkeeper, the players were very, very quick and good at getting back into a defensive formation, defensive position. And again, it was so much that we've said today, we didn't do that last season. I'm turning that into a catchphrase today. We didn't do that last season, but it was great to see, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I think again it's fruits of the labour, because I think when you've got a team in the Premier League, there's an expectation bringing players in from everywhere and trying to make that gel. And I think there are teams now starting to sort of look to. I think Enzo tried to do it, didn't he? Where the style of play that the first team played was the style of play that every other level down played. But I think now, with us kind of resetting, it's a good opportunity for the youth to set the standard and work up, so that we play like the youth teams have been playing, because clearly it was a cohesive unit and these players know each other, and they've obviously been doing that. I mean, I've watched a few of the under 23s games, and although the standard isn't fantastic, you can see they actually love playing with each other. If they score a goal and it's 3 men and it's dog, they still celebrate like they're really, it's a goal, like you used to when you were playing for your school team. That buzz, and I think if we can breed that up the chain, if and when we get back to the Premier League, using a lot of youth. There's nothing wrong with using youth. We all like to see a great signing that we've paid 30 million that's named Lopez or someone like that. You know what I mean? We all like that. It excites us. We're in the big league. But listen, if we can progress as a club with a really good youth system, I think that's the way forward. We're never going to be Manchester United, and we all need to know that is the case. I think some Leicester fans believe that because we won the league that we are in that league now, but that's never going to be the case. And this is the way our club, our size, has to grow from now on. And I'm reasonably encouraged by today.
Yeah. Just out of interest, forwards down, when they produced the Matchday squad, they had Mavididi, Marchal, Evans, Monga, Joseph and Thomas all down as forwards. I'm sat here, and we'll start to wind it up now. But I've written down on here, I've got a smile on my face, and I'm watching that. But I want to take you back 12 months, and we just appointed Cooper, and we were away to Villarreal, and we beat them 2-1. And Villarreal, let's be honest with you, they know Peterborough. They're a decent side. And is it a case of getting too excited too soon, do you think?
Well, it could be, because I took a screenshot of those pre-season fixtures last year when we beat Shrewsbury, and then we lost against Palermo, Augsburg and Lens 3-0. And everybody's going, oh my God, this football is horrible. We've got no connectivity. Daka's crap. Skip looks shit. Pardon my French. So, yeah, you can be, but I do think there is a substance in the team. That's the thing that I get now. Kingy was shouting people back into positions, get back, press high, and they were doing it as a unit. And how many times last season did we sort of think, what have we got to talk about after this match? What positive thing? There was a couple of games where
what have we got to talk about? We just felt post-match reaction this week, just go and watch last week's. It's all the same.
It was just turgid, a lot of the football. It was really boring. Played by people that really didn't believe in the cause. And the good thing with young kids, it's funny because normally get experience and they say, come along and we'll show you how to play football. It's the young kids that are playing showing the older players how to play football.
Yeah,
it's completely flipped the script, and it's exciting. It's exciting. Sometimes you need to shake things up a bit. Yeah. You do. Last question for you, Tom, and then I'll come to you, Reese. Look, we played Samari. What did we learn about Samari that we didn't know? We saw the fact that he was shit, but we knew he was shit. And yet you had Baybrook on the bench. You know,
You had Cartwright, Briggs, who I've no idea whether they're attacking, defending, or whatever. But we didn't learn anything from Sumare, and apart from maybe put him in the shop window. Disappointed, Baybrook didn't get on.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, Chris, as well. I think he's coming back from an injury, though, isn't he, as well, from what I read? So maybe that's a part of the equation as well. But Cartwright, I understand, because he's been someone that was nearly on the bench, wasn't he, at Newcastle? Was on the bench at Newcastle last season. And you think that's a bit of an odd one, how that sort of dipped down, really. But yeah, no, I'd agree with this. I think some of them, it was part of what I was looking at before we came into this as my research as to who was not going to be involved today. And I was actually quite surprised to see Sumare was involved, because I would have thought he was one of them that would probably not be irrelevant if he's being picked for his national team, which he obviously isn't because he's no good. But I didn't expect to see him feature. And so no, I think we have learned what we already knew, which is the frustrating part about today's game, but the encouraging thing is being able to see our youth team flourish again, hasn't it? So yeah, I'd agree with that. I think we've learned that we don't really want him, to be honest.
That's another minus against Andy King.
Well, you say that.
He's putting JJ on the right and he's putting Sumare in the team.
You say that, but isn't it interesting how it seemed to be like a game of two halves in regards to how Andy King managed it, in that the first half was kind of like, this is how I'm managing it for Leicester, but the second half is how I'm managing for me. There was a departure.
You could say the second half, how he was managing getting ready for Sean Dyche. Just saying.
You're playing devil's advocate again, man.
Chris, don't start.
No, tell him, Reese.
Don't. No, come on.
Well, he's got no ring to it. Sean Dyche's blue and white army, Reese, hasn't it?
Look, if it was going to be Sean Dyche, he'd be here by now. Free agent and has no effect on PSR. He would be here by now, and we all know that.
I've got to say, my choice isn't either of those. So I know I can sit on the fence a little bit. But if it is Danny Roll, would I be happy? Yes. If it was Sean Dyche, would I be happy? Yes. It depends which way we're up at that T junction. Which way is the club going to turn? That's the question. Reese, last question, main question then. Lot to look forward to. It is pre-season. It is the first game. It is we're playing for fitness, blah, blah, blah. But I can say, when was the last time we finished a match and had a smile on our face?
Yeah, I agree, Chris. But, let's hope it's the start of an important week. Let's hope we get some news on the kits. Let's hope we get some news on Danny Roll. We'll play some rock and roll football. There's a new one for you, rock and roll football. But no, lots of positives. I'd say let's just keep the ball, keep working hard. Let's keep this pace up. Don't stop now. Let's keep going. Let's not. We've won a game. Let's all put our feet. No, keep working hard. Let's get ready for this season because we need to get out of this league. So, but yeah, good start.
Okay, very quickly, and I think I know which way this is going to go. I'm just going to go around and say one question, and it's a one-word answer from all of you. Who do you want to be in the hot seat? Clibbo?
Roll on August.
Hey. Wayne?
Roll. That's it. Roll.
Sorry, I thought you said well. Sorry, Roll. Tom?
Well, you said who I want. I want Terzic.
Yeah.
You said who I want. I want Terzic. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm totally with you on that one. Reese?
Does anyone fancy a Greg sausage roll?
Oh. This is why I don't want him here, because we're going to have all
Chris, you've got to roll with it.
Yes,
roll with it.
Yeah.
Can we have a paternity test, mate? Because I'm pretty sure Chris might be your dad. All these one-liners.
Clivo, will you, before we have you both back on, have a word with him, will you?
I'm going to kick his arse up when I see him.
You can say that. I obviously couldn't.
Guys,
look, thank you very much. At least, look, we can have a laugh and a joke. We've got a smile on our face, which we sort of didn't have last season. I can't remember. Even when we were winning games, I don't think we were happy. Clibbo and Reese, welcome to the channel. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Cheers, lads. Thank you.
Wayne, thank you very much as well. Tom, as always. So don't forget, we'll be back. I'm hoping to get an Everton fan on to talk to him about why we shouldn't have. We had a Wednesday fan on last week saying why we should have Roll. I'm trying to get an Everton fan on to tell us why we shouldn't have Sean Dyche. And don't forget, 6 o'clock on Monday, it's the prediction show introduction. It's all different next year, so you need to be watching that. Guys, thank you very much. Take care.
Cheers.
Cheers, everybody.
Cheers, thank you.
Lad.
Oh, you know what? I'm actually going to play this again because we didn't get enough chance to play it last season. So why not? I'm going to go for it.
Yes! 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 Oh! 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 Oh, God. Oh. I'll have what she's having.
Why not? Thanks everybody for watching. Smash that likes button. Subscribe if you're new. Share it if you know somebody that hasn't watched it at all. And obviously, click that notification bell. You'll never miss another show because they're all over the place during the off season. They're not normal times at all. If you're watching on catch up, add your thoughts in below. And if you have been listening via YouTube podcast on this one, thank you all very, very much. Appreciate it. Thanks to the guys. Thanks to everybody in the chat. I'll see you, if not before, 6 o'clock on Monday for the introduction to the new Prediction League. Take care, everybody. Have a great rest of the weekend. Hey, we can actually enjoy the weekend now. Good night.
Thanks for watching. These videos are tremendous. You better like them too, or I'll be back.
This podcast is proud to be part of the TalkSport Fan Network. TalkSport. Powered by fans.
That will conclude this evening's entertainment.